So, 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 so we're back again. Now, I'm back again with this topic. I know somebody will be wondering why are you talking about this topic again. So, a lot of people have been reaching out to me, especially who want to share more about free energy. We agree on the dates. They say that they're experts in this field. They know ABCD. Then we agree on a certain date that we're going to do it. And when the date comes, they skip, they skip, they skip. They tell you, wait, wait, wait. Give me more time, give me more time. So that's what has led to this question. Like, they claim that free energy is under separation. So I don't know. I don't know. Like, do you really believe that this free energy separation, like the free energy separation conspiracy theory, do you believe that it's real? Network Metatron is saying, sup, yo. What's up, man? I hope you're doing great. So a lot of people that you want to do this with, they claim they want to do this, they agree on the date, then when the date comes, they postpone it. And what they say is that there is a lot of separation in this technology. So I don't know. Do you guys believe that free energy separation conspiracy theory is true or not? So this theory is something that began, the free energy conspiracy theory, something that began in. I'm sorry about the frozen video. I'm sorry about the frozen video. Man, I messed up something. I have a lot of cables here. I need to do. So I had an issue with the internet. Yeah, the internet. I disconnected the router by accident. So you were talking about free energy. I hope that I'm back and I'm also audible. I think I disconnected a lot of things by mistake. But I was asking that, do you guys really believe that there is free energy like separation? And I was saying that this free energy conspiracy theory is something that started in the mid 19th century, and the conspiracy is that there are government forces, or there are governments which are trying to stop, government and big corporations. They're trying to stop organizations or people try to come up with types of free energy devices. So I'm good now. Network Metatron, man. I wish I had your network. I see your name is Network. I wish I wish I had your network, man. Sometimes I have problems with my internet speed. Many people connected to it, so I wait until late at night before I can try this for good connection. So I was saying that the free energy suppression conspiracy theory is something that began in the mid 19th century, and it's a theory that claims that big government organizations and big corporations, they don't want people to have access to free energy. And when you talk of free energy, you're talking about very low cost, like very low cost energy that can be able, any person can be able to come up with. And also, mostly when people talk about this, they're talking about perpetual motion machines. You have perpetual motion machines, cold fusion. Cold fusion was being done by somebody called Eugene Malov, and he was unalived sometime in 2004. He was killed, and the police say that it was a robbery case. And some of the people in this field who have passed before, we know the most common person is Stanley Meyer. Then Stanley Meyer came up with a water fuel cell. he said that he can be able to retrofit a car and the car can be able to run on water fuel. Like you retrofit a car, then it runs on water fuel and not electricity. Remember, this was some time back when like many people were depending on gasoline to be able to use their cars, and this concept of free, like the concept of EV was not there at that time. I mean, it was, but it was not like anybody can be able to do it. So Stanley Meyer came up with a water fuel cell, and he said that I can be able to retrofit any car and the car will be able to run on water. He was able to do it on his car. That is what he said. But when some three experts went and looked at the car, they said that it wasn't anything revolutionary and that it doesn't work. Again, um, he was in a court and they say that this was a case of like fraud, and the investors who had put money in wanted their money back. He was fined to pay something around $25,000. So he had to pay $25,000. And what happened to him is there's some time, I think this was March 1998, he was having dinner with some Belgian investors. Then he ran outside and said that they had poisoned him. After running outside, he fell down and he died. But when the police came and checked, they say that after doing some autopsy and all that, they say that they don't find any case of somebody being killed or anything close to it. Like it wasn't a poisonous case, but rather the police said that it was just a case of cerebral aneurysm or something close to that, like a brain issue or something. And people believe that it was just a cover up. So you're saying that yes, free energy separation exists, else government cannot control people easily. So that is what people who believe in the free energy conspiracy theory claim, yeah? That it is a way that the government is trying to control the people by forcing them to be able to use only the energy which is available. And also there's the issue of the alien reverse engineered alien technology that can be able to power like cars and all that. I don't know. Do you also believe that it exists something close to that or not? So today we had a guest who was supposed to come in, but at the last minute he disappeared again. So that's what made me now to begin talking about this, because we agree with people that we're going to do something. Then when that time comes, the person runs away, says that he's afraid. I don't know, afraid of some things that might be able to happen to him if he shares more about what he want to talk about. So that's the major issue. But tomorrow we're going to have somebody who is planning to share something amazing or something incredible. Tomorrow there's a guy who is coming in to share more about a certain paper that discusses how you can be able to use. He has been able to come up with a certain constant in a certain equation. He showed me the paper now, but I know that I'm not allowed to talk about it. So a certain constant that if you put in a certain equation, you can be able to harness transient energy, and it will be more like a cleaner way of generating electricity, a new way that you can be able to generate electricity. And that one we're going to share it tomorrow we're going to share it with him live. He'll be able to discuss his paper. It's more like a theory or hypothesis, and he wants people from the scientific field to be able to verify if it works or not. So that's what we're going to share about tomorrow. But today we had somebody, but again he disappeared the last minute. So that's the problem that I'm having. You have people you agree and they disappeared last minute. So yeah, but in case you want to join in, let me share the link so that you feel free to join in. Like I really want to know whether you believe in the suppression of free energy or not, because a lot of the people who disappear the last minute that we're supposed to do interviews with, they always bring up that issue of free energy suppression. That somebody will see what I'm talking about, it's so advanced, and they will end me. I had somebody who was talking about using I think generating electricity from magnets. There's a concept that he was putting around, and I know it's not a concept which has been used by many people. And he said they're able to generate electricity from it. But when I tried asking him if he can be able to come on this and share, again he said the same thing, that he's afraid he might be uh he might be unalived or something, which has made me to talk about this topic. And sometimes I feel maybe somebody is just lying to me. He doesn't have anything to share, but he's using the excuse of saying that they want to kill me in able to avoid sharing. I don't know. Like, what do you think about it? Is it true that people are really facing a threat when it comes to this type of technology, or are people just running away? Like, are people just lying to me in my mailbox? I have a lot of people. If I show you my mailbox, man, sometimes you can be able to laugh. I have a lot of people who share some crazy messages, and some who believe that they have cracked the code of a certain type of tech, but they're hiding on it, or they're sitting on it because they're afraid to go. Like, they're afraid that if many people see it, they will come for them and end them. So, which made me to ask this question, like, is it really true that people are being suppressed, like free energy, this suppression of free energy? If you come up with something amazing, you can be killed. Or is it that these people sometimes they just come into my inbox and they don't have anything to share, but they say that they have this kind of technology, then when I try to ask them if they can be able to come live, they disappear. Yeah, you can be able to chip in. There's that link if you want to, but we have network Metatron. I think today we have network Metatron from the start. I don't know if he's still around or he left when I froze. But if you're still around, thanks. Yeah. But I just want to know from your opinion, do you think that free energy suppression is a real thing, or people just lie about it? Because I'm saying this because we have people that we plan with, they come and tell me that they have these types of technology. We plan with to do a live. We're saying that we're going to do a live this day. I want you to come and showcase your technology. And they're saying, yeah, I'm going to show it to people so that they can be able to see it. Then when the day comes, you send them an email. They reply late. They say that they're unable to do it, and it's because of suppression. I've gotten such emails from around 2 or 3 people saying that it's because they fear for their life. Of course, there are those who don't reply completely, like we were supposed to do with Gerald, but Gerald has not yet replied. I doubt, maybe he has not yet seen my email, I think so. But now there are those who just say that they fear for their life, and that's why they cannot be able to come here and share more about their free energy device. But they are open to share with me on WhatsApp, they're open to share with me whenever, and they say that I should not be able to share with people or make a video about it. But they are open, they say that we can plan a live, then I'll come and stream. So that's the biggest problem I have. So which led me to ask this question, if free energy suppression is a real thing. Because in the 19th century there was this concept, conspiracy theory, that was started of free energy suppression theory, conspiracy theory, that the government is going after people, ending their life and all that. Then it's saying that open source it. So when you tell somebody to open source it, they say that they want to earn money from it. Like, if they open source it, maybe network Metatron, what is the best way do you think they can be able to earn from it if they do open source it? Because at the end of the day, somebody wants to earn a revenue from the same, and open sourcing it, they're unable to do that. Like, how can they be able to earn a revenue from the same technology? And yeah, because you want to support your life as well. You have your family, you have come up with something incredible. So open sourcing it, you're just giving it away for free. What do you think? Like, how can they be able to earn from it if they open source the technology? But I know if you open source it, then nobody will be able to come for you. Nobody will be able to come to try and end you if you open source the technology. But maybe somebody wants to earn from it. But sometimes you feel like people just make that excuse that somebody wants to kill me, and maybe they really don't have the tech. Maybe they just read somebody's story. Like, somebody can go and read Stanley Meyer's story, how it went, and they claim that this is about to happen to me. And sometimes I feel like that for people who come into, who email me with these types of tech sometimes. So 14 Supersonic is saying that, yeah, you have to open source because they can't patent it, and they won't have a way to go after you if it's already out there. But it depends. Oh, I see. I see. That's a good point actually. They can't they can't be able to go after you if it is among many people. But now how can you be able to earn from it if you open source it? You can earn from it if you open source it. How? If you can't be able to explain, man, how can you be able to earn from it if you open source it? I'm curious. For this supersonic saying that you can still make your projects and sell them since most people won't be able to reproduce the technology if they don't have the skill to do it. So you open source the idea, and but in terms of production, you produce those devices and you earn from it. 99% of claims are false, unfortunately. I think so. Network Metatron, I think so. I think 99% of those claims are actually false, and some people just go and read stories of what happened, like the story of maybe Stanley Meyer, the story of Eugene Malov. Eugene Malov, he was a scientist, unlike other people who in this type of tech. He was a scientist and he did some research on coal. Let me read Akusha. Akusha is saying that open source is the way any technology is produced in multiple places and you always will find your place locally on scale you can afford. I see. I see your point. Can be made from open source. So the Linux guy make money, but not so many people use Linux if you compare it to things like Windows and others. But yeah, like network Metatron, like you were saying that 99% of these claims are false. I think most of them they just go and read a story that happened to somebody, then they try to make it their own. Like they say that they're living in fear, people are after their life, somebody wants to kill them and all that, but it's not really true. I feel like that is the case because I have so many people, especially last week. I was getting so many emails. There's a time when we did with I think the after the live that we did last week Wednesday. It had so many people coming on, and I got a lot of people say that I'm interested in sharing this. I'm interested in talking about this. I want to share about this. Then I'm like, come, let's do it. Let's do it. Like this week, I had planned for it all along. Then they disappear last minute, saying that by open sourcing it, people will contact the original creator and ask them to work on a project as an example. I see. So you guys believe that open sourcing it might be the way that you can be able to walk away from the security issues that are brought by this type of technology. Like in order for you to be safe, you have to open source it. For me, the only issue I have with open sourcing, I know that you won't make a lot of money from it, saying that if you maintained control. But what if you maintain control and maybe had a way that in case you are killed, there is a way that your technology can be able to continue? Because from the people from the past who say that they had this type of tech, like Nikola Tesla. Although Nikola Tesla today, I saw somebody emailed me today. I was saying that for Nikola Tesla, that most of his works that people still don't know to date of how he can be able to do his way and be able to get electricity from, like how you can use Nikola Tesla's ways and obtain electricity for free, that most of that is hidden by the US government. I don't know if you guys think that is true or that's too much conspiracy theory. So the guy was saying that most of that is hidden, that the US government has hidden a lot of Nikola Tesla's work, especially in regards to free energy and all that. For this supersonic saying that with AI there will be tricks you can do the original creator to make the AI appear as the creator without tracing back to the so you can use AI to be able to stay safe and avoid being killed. Then free energy exists. Where does a magnet stuck to a refrigerator gets its energy second to second? 1 cubic centimeter of the midpoint between and South Pole has galaxies of power. So you believe that free energy exists. In regards to magnets, there's something that we posted today where guys say that they have been able to obtain free energy from it was from they're saying that they had been able to obtain free energy from the Earth's magnetic rotational field. I shared it. I don't know if you guys saw it, but yeah. Let me try to change the scene a bit. Let me try this one because I'm all alone. But if you want to join in, you feel free. There's a link that I shared. Feel free to join in. I'm just trying to set up something here for a minute. But you see, you guys agree that open sourcing it is the way to go. I mean, don't call in. Fuck. So he's saying that open source is a limited version of its use and use limited license agreement for research purpose. Then we have a patent is good only for 10 years. Like I was saying, there's an article I read says that Stanley Meyer's patent is already free. And we had Dr. Eli was saying that for a patent you have to renew it for each every 10 years. You have to renew it each year and you have to pay a lot of money for it. And also, a patent doesn't cover you for long. People will begin using your tech for free. So I think open sourcing it, then that means open sourcing it is the way, and you begin building your technology on your own. For this Supersonic saying that some of his stuff is disclassified now since the technology has already been in our electronics for years now. So there is no reason to keep it classified, but some things are still kept quiet. So believe 14 Supersonic, if I'm understanding you, you believe that Nikola Tesla stuff, some of it is still kept away as a secret. Because somebody emailed me today and he was talking about that. He talked about that and also talked about alien technology. Says that the US has a lot of information in regards to aliens and the technology, and they're keeping it a secret as well. And they also talked about this Nikola Tesla stuff. But about alien technology, there's also some other guy who had talked about the same. Then Jeff is saying that if everyone can make the electricity, then they can grow food and live anywhere. Yeah, the thing is, it will make you to be less dependent on the government. It will make you to be less dependent on the government. The government uses electricity usually to control people. Although still with this one, you can be able to use solar and build your house somewhere where people can't be able to reach you and do your things, live your own life separately. But when it comes maybe to cars, if you own a car, then you have to buy to get maybe oil. Then Pierre Dusa is saying that I think the whole free energy argument is redundant. The skeptics have a strict definition of the word free. That's correct. Like according to you, what do you believe free energy is? And if you've just joined, feel free to like the stream so that I can get recommended to more people. I know that we're few, and I know that we're few people, and also my internet is pretty slow, so I can freeze sometimes. But also feel free to join in. So, Piero Dusa, what do you believe is the right definition for free energy? I see some people claiming that free energy is when you produce more than what you put in. There are others who claim that free energy is energy that you can be able to produce at a very low cost. And we had the likes of coal. I was talking about Eugene Marlov. Eugene Marlov claimed that they had done some sort of cold fusion experiments, and they had been able to get what is greater than over unity in energy generation, which is what Lloyd was talking about over unity, like greater than unity in generating energy from their cold fusion experiments. But Eugene Marlov was unalived sometime in 2004 by some people, and it was labeled as a robbery gone bad. I don't know if you believe it was a robbery or maybe he was killed to keep his what he had found to be a secret. So everything is made from energy. It's how they keep people under their control. Yeah, that's what people believe. I don't like calling it free energy. It's a unlimited energy. Watch Old Man Builds to learn more about energy. Oh, I see. I'll try to watch. And there's a guy also, I've been seeing a lot of comments direct me to Joel. Legas. I don't know his name's Joy Legas or what. Because you still need the cost of components to get the energy out. Yeah, that is if you're talking about you want to do it on large scale. But if you want to do it for your own it will be cheaper. But maybe if you want to do it on a larger scale and supply to different people, then it's when you're talking about components, infrastructure that you'll have to build, and that will not make it to be free at all. But I see that most of you agree that open sourcing is the way. You open source, then your life will be safe. Nobody will be able to come for your life. But there's one thing that also, when we had Lloyd last time, he said that if the likes of Maxwell Chikumbuso are in so much danger, why isn't Lloyd Stovo in any danger? And is also proposing similar things like, why isn't his life in danger? What do you guys think about that? I know Lloyd doesn't believe that. I believe that there's suppression, but he doesn't believe that his life is in maybe any sort of danger. But he believes that there is some kind of separation. Then Cecile, I see you're here. Cecile saying that try to check. Cecile, I know about MTech Industries. I tried to tell him that if you can be able to do a stream with him. Cecile, I know about MTech Industries. We're talking about MTech Industries. I know about him. I tried to ask him if he can be able to do a live with him, but he has never replied my email. But I also comment on some of his videos, hoping that he can be able to see me and maybe reply. Then I try to be friends with him. Then maybe I convince him. I say, man, why can't you come and try? But like I said, most people are afraid about sharing this tech. Then Jeff is saying that cosmic effect is where two plates of self-similar polarity, or you're arguing with something about that. What? 40 Supersonic saying that because Lloyd isn't going after money. So you believe that if you're going after money is when you can be unalived. That one I did not know. So if you're going after money is when your life might be in danger. I see. But Lloyd is also selling a book. I should also, I'm supposed to ask him that question. It was brought to me by Identity with Hell. If you guys remember that guy, he has made many people to be afraid to come on the show now. So ID told me that ID was asking a question. There is a video that we did about free energy being free or not. And Lloyd and Gerald say that free energy should be free, right? He said that free energy should be free and should not be sold. Then now ID now was telling me now you have Lloyd is launching a book about free energy and he's saying that he's going to sell the book at $400. So ID was asking like if he's going to sell the book at $400 and he said that energy should be free, like doesn't that like isn't it the opposite of what he was saying in the first place? Then Cecile is saying that Lloyd life will be in danger as immediately as he wants. So I see. Meaning, how are you doing? Oh, Black, you're already on the screen. I hope you wanted to say something.
Oh, okay. Um, yeah, no, just gonna, I suppose, give my opinion on the situation.
Yeah.
Um, yeah,
Do you believe there is suppression? Let me change the scene. Do you believe there is suppression uh, with this technology?
there is. Yeah, and I think sometimes some of this stuff is a bit fake. That, yeah, I don't know. It does seem a little bit disingenuous in some
Yeah,
aspects.
yeah. Yeah, I was saying that I've been getting a lot of people come to my email saying that they want to share about free energy they've been able to discover or come up with. Then when the date comes, I tell them now, can we do it today or tomorrow? When tomorrow comes, they say that they can't do it because they fear for their life. And sometimes I feel that somebody maybe is just lying, going to pick something that happened maybe in the past and they start playing that in their life as well. Like, do you feel maybe that's the case, or some people are genuine, they have the technology, but people are after their life?
Yes, I think people would be after your life. You have to accept that. You can't not be aware of that, if you get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
That's like one of the main issues why, yeah, it's so controversial. But um, you have to take the good with the bad. You can't be like, oh, I'm not gonna put that information out there because I fear for my life. You understand you have to put things in place to deal with it, like for instance, open sourcing it. And yeah, making sure you get as much public attention. So then that acts as a form of protection as well. The fact that you're out in the public and everybody can see you and you be as transparent as possible. So that will act as a layer of protection. But you have to take the good with the bad. You be extremely yeah, as transparent as possible. And yeah, I'm not trying to say it's not bulletproof. Obviously, it's not because you can get shot by a bullet. But I'm
yeah,
just
yeah,
saying,
yeah.
the reality is, you with that kind of thing, you have to be yeah, you have to put yourself out there.
And maybe somebody wants to earn money from it. If you open source it, will you be able to earn money from it?
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah. Look at in the software industry. That's how a lot of these companies actually make money is because they open source their technology. They don't open source everything with all the bells and whistles on it.
Yeah,
But you open source like a basic version of it. You put a license on it to say this can be used for educational purposes only, not for commercial purposes, not for other people to make profit off it. You're putting it out there to share the knowledge with the rest of the world. But you're like, look, okay, I come up with this idea, so I need to be the primary beneficiary of it, which for me is fair. So other people can come and work with you. You can now start to do your type of license agreement. And then you say, okay, yeah, you see, you start making up your license agreements now with these people, but you've open sourced the basic version of it. So
I
yeah,
see. I see. I see. But you make a good point. I think most people are saying open source. And we have somebody who joined in called Tess. But there's this guy who's saying that if free energy was real, China will have done it. I usually get a lot of comments related to that, and they're more like they mean like Africans, we cannot be able to do it. That is how I read them.
sorry.
Okay. Uh,
You're saying I can believe saying good day, but so you believe for you, Blake, you believe that open sourcing is the way.
Um, yeah, yeah. Actually, I spelled my name wrong. It's Black Wizard. He got on there.
Ne- your name is Black, not Blake.
Yeah, the darkness, mate. But yeah,
Or I say
yeah. So what were you saying?
I think that, or I say wizard. I thought it was black, but you're saying it's black. So
Cool. But yeah, yeah. Now, unfortunately, I was quite, enthusiastic to
uh,
see, like Lloyd, for instance, demonstrate the free energy stuff. But to be honest, I'm just like, it's not. I don't know. Can you replicate it? Has anyone replicated it?
so so the first one he used to talk about the solar, but he had come up with something different. Were you here last time we had him on the live stream?
Yeah, yeah. I was listening, and there was that guy. Was it Hidden Identity or Identity Hidden, whatever his name was?
Yeah. Withheld identity.
And then the other guy didn't give himself much credibility because his identity was hidden. So you're like, right, anything you're saying is not really credible. And even the things he was saying didn't really, um, Yeah, but it could have been a act. They could have been working together, and then that was the way for him to be like, "Oh, look, he's trying to prove him wrong, and then he proves him right." Do you know what I mean?
Like it, according to what I know, some time back, Lloyd was on ID's channel or platform. ID and some other guys, they have a platform of scientists, and they had Lloyd on. And I think Lloyd managed to convince ID that his tech works. So it looks like ID came back to revenge on him because he just wanted to destroy him. So Lloyd even did not get the time to talk more about what he wanted to talk about. But it was
But
more about his book, and I don't
mm,
know if he can be able to build a prototype, then maybe the book thing will be a good idea if he goes ahead to sell it.
yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, you should. You should do a book. I don't see a problem with that. For me, I'd buy it just out of interest. To be honest, I'm just like I'm interested. Um, so I'd buy it. I don't see anything wrong with it. Then obviously people can review it and then say, look, I bought the book. I followed the instructions line for line. Did it
Yeah,
work? Then and exactly you can put a license agreement in it or whatever. So you know what I mean? I'm all for
yeah,
it.
yeah.
The sooner the better. That's what I say.
And also, I know Lloyd also had told me that you will work for on a prototype, then release it by somewhere around April 16. I don't know. I'll try to ask him how far is he with that, because many people want to see like the prototype.
Prototype. I thought he's already done it.
No, 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 no. Not with what he was talking about in the book. That was something different. It was more of like a hypothesis. But the one on his channel is where he has done a lot. But that was using solar panels and
Yeah.
LEDs.
Yeah, I see that. And yeah, so that's even with that as well. I'm interested in that. I've seen, but that's what I'm trying to say. I see a lot of these other kind of free energy, um, uh, like hydrogen cell. Um, yeah, I don't know. To be honest, I want to see somebody do it. You know what I mean? Like separately,
Mm.
just replicate it, and then I'm like, okay, well, there you go. But that's what it is. They need to make it make so that people can replicate it. You know, make it
Yeah,
straightforward. And for me, that's a bit of a telling point. Is that you're gonna go through all the effort to make a video, put it on the internet, not even one video or two videos, loads of videos, and then you're not gonna make the effort to document it and make it, um, so other people can replicate it. For me, I'm just like, that's another red flag. I'm like, why go through all of that effort if you get what I'm trying to say? To be like, right, I'm gonna do all the marketing and put it out there and make these videos but I'm not gonna give people a way to, you know, purchase it and replicate it. For me, it's just like, right, why are you gonna do everything, get to the finish line and then stop? You get what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah.
It's just like, right, mate, yeah, if you want to make money from it, then that is the line. You're like, okay, look, here is a document how to replicate it, and give me money for it. It's just not that hard, is it? That's why I'm just like, right, put a link to a PDF and put a paywall in front of it, job done. So that's why I'm kind of like, right, some of this stuff is a bit questionable from that, from my logic anyway. That's the way I think.
I see. Yeah. Let me read this
Okay.
one. Okay.
Hello.
Test. Test. I saw that you need Lloyd's number, and you said his phone number. You can be able to, if you know my email, can you be able to email me? Then I'll send it to you. I'm using my phone to record this, so now I can be able to get the phone number and send to you. I'm using my phone as a camera. But I'll be able to get to you test. But you can say something. Then you have Gerald is saying that he's willing to do on Friday. Gerald, are you sure you can do the presentation on Friday? There's a lot of people who have been waiting for your presentation, and they even ask me like daily on the email. But if you are sure on Friday, Gerald has said that on Friday. If you're watching this, Gerald has said that on Friday. I hope Gerald you won't disappear on Friday.
But I think there is something that I want to say about this free energy stuff.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, actually, there are so many free energy devices already invented. There are so many patents available. We already know that.
yeah.
Even some of the technologies are already available in the market. If you remember previously, we said that about the
Test,
Barbosa and
test,
LED device.
test, test. Just a moment. Wizard, do you want to go from the screen?
No, 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 it's cool, man. It's up to you. If you
Oh,
need me
oh,
to.
oh. I saw you are you. It looked like you are clicking or something, so I thought maybe it's okay. I
Yeah,
continue
yeah, no,
test.
no.
Okay. So there are so many free energy devices. The problem is that these free energy devices are suppressed
Yeah,
for long period of time.
yeah.
I don't know. That is actually confusing because if you have this technology, we can run everything freely. Uh,
Yeah, yeah,
every
yeah. If
technology. For
yeah, you can.
example, we can irrigation purpose in Africa, for example, we can use it for irrigation purpose. And actually, for we can use it for everything because if you have energy, means we have everything. So that means we'll be self-relying. So that is not comfortable for them because they want indirectly control us using the energy.
Yes, but
So
then
yeah,
it will make them unable to control us. Tess, you said that you're from Ethiopia, right? I think you had given me your number.
yes, yes,
I don't know. I was unable to find. I'll try to. Your number is in WhatsApp.
yeah, yes.
Okay, I'll try. I'll send it to you then. I remember you had given me your number on a certain live that we had. Also in Ethiopia, I know. In Ethiopia,
Yeah.
also you guys are being controlled with the biggest dam that can generate electricity in Africa that
Yes,
Egypt
yes,
wants
yes.
to destroy.
Yes, yeah, right. But uh,
But I
we'll
get your
see that.
point. So you believe that these
Yeah,
type of technologies they exist, but people are trying to suppress them. Gerald, you're
yes,
saying that plants and parsley's typing lol Friday for sure. Gerald, if you're sure on Friday, please don't. I hope so. I hope so. You're sure with Friday. But for me, I'm open. Friday, I'm okay. I'm okay. So, Tess, do you believe maybe open sourcing is the way to go?
yeah. Actually, that is the main problem because everybody we will try to suppress their patent and they'll try to get some money from it.
Yeah,
I don't- Because we always didn't learn from our previous mistakes. So the only thing is that we have to share that to the public. Then
I see.
everybody can access. That is the only thing. Unless
Yeah,
in otherwise, even if we manufacture that device, that's impossible to sell it.
I
I
see.
remember there are two Brazilians that
Yeah,
they designed the device called Earth Electron Capture Generator,
yeah,
and they manufacture a few of them and they distribute them. Then they collect each and every device from home. Then the technology is suppressed as usual. And there are
Yeah.
so many devices, thousands of devices. This thing is not new. I know
Okay.
different devices, and
Yeah.
actually I'm still working on the different devices right now in my lab. So the only solution is that to make it open source.
Yeah.
Unless and otherwise, it's difficult to distribute because uh, this is directly related to the oil companies.
Yeah.
They will control us with this oil company. So it's difficult to design and distribute such kinds of devices
Yeah.
because they want to create one world government and one world religion and so on. They have agenda 2030, agenda 2063 and so on. There are so many weird things, so it's impossible to control us without suppressing such kinds of things.
I
Yeah. So
see.
what do you think? Sorry. Well, yeah. So do you think that they're gonna take over the world then, and we're gonna have a one world system?
Are
Yeah,
the
yes,
people?
because in Ethiopia, for example, there is digital, what do you call it, a national ID or digital ID.
Mm.
This is a footprint for the next uh, technology that is for the implantable chip that is fully controlling mechanism. So each and everybody is registered. Right now, Ethiopia is leading Africa with this uh, uh, national ID or digital ID. So we are in control.
Yeah. So for instance, right? Like, are you in Africa?
I'm in
Yes,
Africa.
yes.
You're
Okay.
asking about this. This is in Ethiopia. I'm also in Africa.
Okay. So do you guys use like solar panels, battery charge systems and things like that?
Usually in villages.
Yeah.
Yeah. But there is
Oh,
electricity. I think even in Ethiopia, there is. Yes, you guys have a lot of. You have electricity connection like 60%, or is it 80%?
okay.
No, no. That
Do you
is
use and sorry, so
less than
what's your name? Is it Ted?
50%.
His name is
Because in it,
Tess.
Tez.
yes,
Okay. So do you guys use like solar energy over there, or you get a lot of sun over there?
yes, there are, because in Ethiopia there is the weather condition is very good because in all of the 30 months actually we have 30 months in addition to these 12 months. That's known as leap year.
Yeah.
So
Well, I'm not quite
in
following,
Ethiopia
to be honest, what you're saying there in
we
terms
have
of.
30
But I
months
guess the point
calendar.
I'm trying to make is that even let's say like if you're trying to, people are trying to say, whatever, the one world government, Rockefellers, whoever, right, is stopping this technology from coming out, but we've got access to things like solar already anyway, right? And we're not taking advantage of that. So at the same time, we can point the finger and be like, those guys are suppressing certain technology. But at the moment, we have access to solar, like to give us energy independence, and we don't use it. So I don't know. It's a bit mad,
Yeah.
isn't it?
So you believe that maybe the technology is being suppressed? Is not being suppressed. We have. Let me read this comment from Gerald. Gerald is saying that he has plans for a demo on Friday. He's going to do it on Friday, and it's enough to do lights for house and charge a battery at the same time. That's interesting. And like, what is the cost of putting it up? Or you will be able to share more on Friday. And I hope, Gerald, you're saying the truth. Friday should not come and you say that there's separation of energy, or you fear the cabals, or the people, like somebody said here in the comments, the cabals or what. I have people who have been asking for Gerald to be able to share. He said this last week that he was going to share. He's saying that
Yeah.
Abu Man is saying that he's waiting anxious. You also saw it. You are saying that you saw it, Wizard.
Um, bro, do you know what? Yeah, it's like I'm definitely interested, right, and open-minded in terms of like thinking about this free energy stuff. At the same time, I'm gonna question things. I'm gonna not from like a malicious or hateful perspective, from a perspective of that, right? Like the burden of proof is on that person to show that they're not a scammer. So it's just like, right, that's immediate off the jump. And if we're adults out here, we understand that you can't come and just be like, right, I've got some magnificent invention and you're not being scammed. Like it's like, right, I can't just I don't know, where in the world can you actually do that? Can you turn up and get something and interact with something of high value and not um what's the word? Eliminate the doubt that you're some kind of criminal or you're scheming. I'm not trying to say you're gonna be like, right, here's my papers, here's my criminal record, but you present yourself in a manner that alleviate those doubts. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like, can you give
Yeah.
me any other example in this world where you don't go to the doctors and just be like, right, you can operate on me, but I haven't seen any evidence of you being able to operate. Do you know what I mean? You're not gonna go somewhere to be like, oh, fix my car, and they've never demonstrate that they can fix a car. It's just like, what? You know what I mean? You're talking about something here as revolutionary as like free energy, but you're not willing to alleviate. You know what I mean? You're not gonna let a random person off the road like fix your car, are you? So you're gonna know. You need to know who this person is, where they're at, their details. Do you know what I mean? It's like, right, like if you don't come in a certain way immediately, I'm questioning that. Do you know what I mean? Not just gonna let this random person into my house. Like, who are you? Where are you from? Like your name. You know what I'm trying to say? Like just basic stuff that you expect some level of accountability, that where you can be like, if this is a scam, you know who this person is, etc., etc. You see what I'm trying to say? It's just like, right, some kind of basic stuff that I'm just like, I don't see in these people, but I'm open minded. Doesn't mean that I'm like, I'm gonna close my mind off to these things. But the reality is, the vast majority of it is a scam. And if you're gonna present something like that and not address that point, I'm like, right, off the jump, you don't seem very smart, mate. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
'Cause, because you're wasting time. You're not adult about this. If you can't deal with that like an adult, like there's a whole bunch more other issues that you have to deal with. That's not me asking you like, about just not even asking you the fact that you're not just alleviating that. You know what I mean? People are gonna come at you a lot worse than I'm coming at you. Like, you know what I mean? Like the average person's gonna come at you. So, but yeah,
Yeah. I understand. Understand. Let me see. So let me see, Gerald. Gerald, so you okay if we bring on identity withheld? You were saying that you want everyone to debunk your prototype on Friday. And Pona is saying that people who call out Stanley Meyer as a fraud, are they racist against white people? I don't think so. Like, what I don't like Pona, I think
that's
you keep
funny.
on.
It's funny,
Yeah?
man. He's trolling, and that's funny. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah, he's trolling. But you see, the thing is, for him, he always comments that if this was possible, the Chinese will have done it. Like I don't know when the Europeans will have done it. I don't know when. And like for me, I feel like personally, maybe saying that you see Africans who can't be able to do this, and that's what I said, and that's why he's saying what he's saying. He's saying that.
Well, for me, it's just a low level, you know what I mean, kind of intelligent. Like, yeah, just okay, mate. Well done. You made a racist joke. I'm just like, yeah, I've never heard that one before. Do you know what I mean? It's just, yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Saying that the gas planets are free fuel. My story is long and almost unbelievable, but if you would like to hear it, I will set aside 2 hours to try and condense it for you. You can just take like as long as you want. Then maybe if you we do it on Friday, we give you like the first 40 minutes or so to showcase it before we share the link for anybody to come and critique it, so that they don't begin earlier and mess you up like they did with Lloyd's case last time. Because I don't think that Lloyd even went in like he didn't even talk about what he wanted to say.
Well, yeah, for me, I'm just like, well, yeah, he should have already had it prepared. If you get what I'm trying to say, like, I'm not like I've watched all his stuff, Lloyd, right? Like on his videos, etc. But I'm just like, mate, you make a lot of videos, and you could put like a very clear document together and just a very clear video. I've been looking for it. That's why I watched all his stuff because I'm trying to be like, right, where's the video where there's a step by step kind of instructions, like very clear from beginning to end how to do this thing and this thing works and here are the components and it's just like right, like I can't find it, so I'm just like, bro, you're wasting my time in it. I'll be honest, I was looking for it, so I was going
Yeah,
through it in detail,
I
so
think
that's why I'm just like, bro, I was on your side, but like I've got things to do and you wasting my time like watching your videos and I can't find the thing where I can replicate it.
so. That's one of the issue that also identity with held hard with Lloyd. He says that he doesn't. He makes the videos. He's saying that he's explaining something, but he never shows like what he's really talking about. Like he doesn't get it. Like if I'm coming to watch your video, you're saying that you're showing me how I can be able to do this. I want after I finish the video, I'm able to do what you said you are going to show me. But he says that Lloyd keeps on like the video ends and there's nothing he has said. And also
Mm.
when he asks him a question, he doesn't really answer the question. That's what the issue he had. So I think that's why he cornered him like the way he did.
Yeah, yeah. I'll be honest, right? I was on Lloyd's side when I was watching that video in it and the podcast the other day. But in hindsight now, and I'm thinking to myself like, I, I didn't like the fact that the other guy, didn't want to show his thing and um, didn't want to tell his name, and but I was just like, well, um. Yeah, mate, where's that video from start? And then the documentation that he put up on the screen just looked like some teenager done that. I'm just like, bruv, like you're saying that you got a certain level of intelligence that you can put these electrical circuits together, and you're telling me that you can't put like a document together with the components of this thing.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm just like, right, it doesn't add up. The level of competence don't add up. How you got the competence to create like this complicated electrical circuit, work out all the amps and the measures and put it together, take it apart, etc. But mate, you can't just do a basic document of how this thing is, like what's the components and the bits and pieces. Do you know what I mean? I'm just like, mate, don't add up. That bit's not adding up for me. Nah, but it's like I know people are saying that. Look, I'll be honest, right? I know he's not necessarily some professional in the industry, but you tell me what thing do you do where there isn't, like, even if you order something off Amazon or you go to the shop, you buy something, you get a receipt. There's some paper there to prove that you've done this transaction. There's some form of documentation. Do you know what I mean? It's just like, bruh, come on, man. This is like basic stuff in life. I don't know, what does he think that like everything else is gonna move forward in life without documentation? You ain't gonna have to be like, right, I gotta, you know what I mean,
Yeah.
fill out some forms, and it's like, mate, what do you think's gonna happen? Like, you have to write some licenses, some contracts, like, mate, you're gonna have a hell of a lot more documentation to do than just like a little diagram of how you put the stuff together. That's the lead.
I
You know
think
what I mean?
I think you were saying that you was going to group the book into, like, it will be in tiers. The first one, the cheapest one doesn't have any diagram, so then maybe the medium. He said that he was going to put it in tiers. Then the most expensive one will have all the schematics and everything. That,
Mate, I'm trying.
but
Look,
maybe you should try to get him back to explain himself well. But let me read this one from Gerald. He's saying that the tutorial, he'll put a video showcasing the entire thing before we go live on Friday, which is okay. You are saying you are about to say something, is it?
um, yeah, I don't know. I guess I'll just follow in the same trail of thought. But yeah. Yeah, look, I'm on these guys' side, man. I trust me. I want that's how much I want it, and I want them to succeed. And I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is. But there's a saying, a fool and his money is easily parted. You see what I'm trying to say? Bro, I ain't trying to just hand my money over and I'm not guaranteed nothing. Do you know what I mean? I'm just like, bro, I want to support you guys in it, but I want to make sure I'm getting something. You know what I mean? It's just like, of course, I ain't gonna give you my money. Like, I'm willing to give you my money, but I ain't gonna give it to you just like, here you go, and I'm gonna get nothing from it. I'm gonna check that thing because if I give you money, right, and then you're scamming me, I'm the kind of guy that's just, yeah. Let's put it this way: the way I like express my disdain, I ain't gonna be doing no documentation. It'd be in person or up close. Do you know what I mean? That's why
We
I'm
had
just like, I'm really on your side. I want you guys to win. You know what I mean? Because I don't want to lose. I don't like losing. So,
But Maxwell, for Maxwell, it's a different case. Maxwell, I don't. For Maxwell, Chikumbusa might be playing us. Although again, I really don't know the case with Maxwell because there's last time. I don't know. I told them. I don't know if I can find that email and read it. But last time I'd email. There's that guy. He usually calls Foster Gamble. Uh, that he defended him. So I emailed Foster Gamble, and he gave me a reply that people should not spend their money on it. I don't know if you saw it.
well, you know what? People can spend their money on whatever they like. Do you know
Let
what I
me
mean?
read it. He said that a lot has happened since we met with Maxwell during filming, and for years we had lost contact with him. Foster has been in touch with Maxwell recently. He hopes that is claiming Max is claiming about the new launch is all true, but Foster remains very skeptical that Max's ability to follow through on promise. And he said that we shall see in the next few weeks. Then Foster has been challenging Max to give him the contact information of at least one customer who has had one of the device working for more than a month. Max has been stalling and distracting in response. So this was what Lloyd was saying, that he believes the device to do with Maxwell has some sort of a problem where it can't be able to last for longer. It heats up and destroys itself. So then I did follow up with a question. I was trying to find out, like, he said in the first time he said that it works. So why now he's saying that he's skeptical about it? Because he's saying that Foster recommends keeping an open mind but a closed wallet until we learn more about the device. So I tried asking, like, why are you being skeptical? And in the first time he said that it works. Then the reply I got was that in the movie, nothing was scripted, and it was simply documentation of what our engineers were able to conclude from the machine that Maxwell presented. It was our conclusion that Maxwell's generator worked successfully. I got this email yesterday, and that it promised to be a great innovation in energy. Then, not
Honest,
long after the movie, they disappeared. All that he explains why they have not yet been in contact.
honest to God, bro. I'll
Yeah,
just tell you, unless someone's gonna send you a link with a video with the thing working, fully from end to end, and there's no doubt, like there's, it alleviates all the questions. I'm just like, mate, like these people are just, do you know what I mean? Like, right, like show the thing working, doing like I'm not trying to say show all the components and be like, oh, here are all the bits and pieces, but working. Like I'm talking like a undisputable, deniable. You know what I mean? Like, where you're using it in a way where it's there's no doubt. Do you know what I mean? Not like a little me plug something in
yeah,
and turn it on and then you see it spin for a second. It's like like a moment. That could just be like a battery in there
yeah,
somewhere.
yeah.
Do you
So
know what I mean?
actually, yeah, I think that's actually what he was asking. Like, I think they just saw it working for once, so they want if a customer has been able to use it for longer, more than a month, to confirm it. But doesn't that
No, but
mean
what
maybe they? Yeah,
I'm saying, you don't need a customer to do that. Like they can do it themselves. It's the best promotion that they can do for their thing. This is why I'm just like, right, some of these things for me are like this glaringly obvious, promotional things that you're doing. It's not a gimmick. If the thing is real, you just have to use it and then show people, right? It's not a gimmick. You don't have to do no gimmicky stuff. People will be like, rah, like this thing's real. Do you know what I mean? There's
yeah,
no way you get to fake that. You know what I mean? So you got to just do that, and that's it. You see what I'm trying to say? If that's the case, then that's the case. But that's not the case. And for me, as I said, I'm very optimistic and open minded. But unfortunately, yeah, at the same time, I'm not gonna be like, right, like that's undeniable, undisputable proof. That I'm just like, mate, it's all right. It's a possibility, but
okay,
it's not a certainty. You see what I'm trying to say? It's like you've
yeah,
got to make your demonstration like a certainty. Yeah, I'm not trying to say right, boom, like you got to do some um exposure of it. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like one of the two, right? You either put all the components out there and then you have a proper diagram and show the people that how the thing works, right? And
yeah.
there you go, boom. Or you do a demonstration that's absolutely
Like that,
undeniable.
he's saying that. But he's saying Dr. Eli is saying that only 15 minutes. Today we have Dr. Eli. Dr. Eli, you can be able to join in. He's from France. Then we have Iron Waxman. Thanks a lot. I know you support me a lot, and thanks for being a member. You're saying that your live goes on in about an hour. If I'll still be awake, I'll come in and join in. But you have Dr. Eli. You can be able to join. It's just simple. You click the link and you join. There's a comment I'd seen from Tech Knight. Tech Knight is saying that Tech Knight is saying that is from where I am. He's saying that Africans can believe anything even if there is nothing to back it up. I also want to be true that we have invented something, but we all know it's a lie. And I agree with you, Tech Knight. I think as Africans, like we haven't done a lot, especially to get respect from these other places. So, like whenever, like if you saw the Burkina Faso car, they said that Burkina Faso had made a car, but they were just taking a Chinese car and doing something with, like it was assembling a Chinese car, but because they said that it was being manufactured in Burkina Faso, many people went crazy about it. And I think this is the same case. Like people believe blindly, even if they know that there is a high probability something's wrong. But because we want to be seen among people who can be able to make products as well, we just believe and follow.
Yeah,
He
I
said,
think, you know,
yeah,
Yeah, yeah. As I said, you can use use the emotion in the right way, in a sense of being excited and interested, but at the same time, you have to also be logical and reasonable. You can't be like, right, I'm gonna just totally, throw logic and reason out the window because you're so excited and you're so interested in something that you want it to be true. You're like, okay, right, I'm excited, I'm interested, but um, yeah, it's not quite
Doc,
it. If it's not it,
yeah, Dr. Eli, if you're still around, you don't need any software. You just click on the link. If you're still around, you don't need any software. Just click on the link. But yeah, but what you're saying is true. But let me read a few comments. But I think you can also see the comments, right? You see the comments on the screen.
yeah, I'm reading some here and there. I'm not the best at multitasking. I'm not really used to this streaming thing.
Yeah, let me read this one. Gerald saying that Friday demo and a giveaway of plans to show that what I have been working on is for everyone. I saw your other comment. You say that it's free for everyone and you want to share. But I hope you turn up. The only thing I'm afraid of is you won't be able to turn up. I'll send you an email on Thursday so that
Well,
we
yeah,
plan earlier. Yeah.
you should. Yeah, the thing is, you should send the video out before, innit? It should send you a video of like a brief demonstration of what's to come, and
He
then
has he has his own channel, so he said that he will upload the video on his channel
okay,
on
cool.
on Friday early morning. Then late at night when we do the stream,
But as in you got
pe-
a big, yeah. But I'm thinking,
people.
as in you got a video already. Like, mate, you've done all of the hard work already. I'd say the easy part is having a video by this point. I
I
don't
think he
know.
has a video.
Yeah,
I think he
so
has a the video is
go
saying
there.
that he was going to put up will be. He said about a long video explaining about himself, his journey so far, and also demonstrating how it works on a video.
Mate, yeah, it's nice to know. We definitely would want to know the background of yourself, given that you've done something magnificent. So it's just like, right, let's show the thing that's magnificent first, and then we want to know who you are. But if you ain't done nothing magnificent, and you're just another guy out here. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's nice. That's what I'm trying to say. Don't be wasting people's time, bro. I'm not trying to watch some like long video about you and your background and what you've been through, and then it's nothing to do with the actual thing showing how exactly it works. This is what I'm trying to be like, right? Don't suck people's time, bro. Like, don't do that. Innit? This is why people will be like, right, like you suck my time in it, talking pants. So do that. Show the thing working first, and then you know what I mean. Afterwards, everybody's gonna want to get to know you. Do you know what I mean? And you shouldn't really care about like anyway. Yeah, I'm just gonna
I,
land it.
I get your point. Faraday, I see Faraday. You can be able to join in to support Gerald so that he can be able to showcase, like he says. I think he wants more comprehensive video. For this Supersonic says that he thinks he wants. Yeah, he said that he's going to make a. If I understood what he said that he was going to make a comprehensive video about 2 hours explaining about his journey and also showcasing the device. So we can be able to see that one before we go into the live late at evening. And I think that will be cool. Especially if people see from the video that it works, then yeah, if people see from the video that it works, I'm sure it will create some sort of anticipation.
Nah, nah, bruv. I think we've all been through lots of anticipation already in it. Like this is what causes anxiety because
Yeah.
this has been going on for years, man. That's what I'm trying to be like, right? Like this is why people are just like, right, bruv, go do one. Car. There's been loads of people that's been doing mad scams. So it's nothing new now. You see what I'm trying to say? It's not like, oh my God, like, why don't you trust me? It's like, what, are you not aware that there's a bunch of scammers out there trying to rip people off all the time? Not even in this energy thing. If it ain't this energy thing, it's in crypto, it's in credit cards, it's in, do you know what I mean? It's in cars, it's in watches, it's in everything, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a scamdemic, and we know from the scamdemic, right? the other scamdemic. Everybody has been like, right, since those people are violating, we might as well violate too. And because the idiots had it, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Everybody think it's open season to scam now. So this is why I'm just like, bruh, like, we know what go on, innit? This is what's happening right now. Everyone's on a scam thing. So it's just like, right, bruh, I ain't trying to waste my time watching all of that. Because if the brother jumps on there and he's chatting about himself for like, do you know what I mean? I'm just like, bruh, all right, cool. That's nice and thing. But you want to see the something working. That's really what it's about. Because you got to, you know what I mean? But anyway, that being said, I've got my things to do as well. And I wanted to just let you get on with your stream. I hope, yeah, my man shows his thing working. That'd be great.
Yes.
But yeah.
He said Friday, so I hope you join him. But tomorrow we will have some guy from the US. He said that he has come up with a hypothesis that you can be able to harness transient energy. I think you will see it maybe later. But on Friday, if you come, I'm sure you will see Gerald because he's saying that he's sure.
Mm. All right.
He's
Well,
sure.
good luck. Oh
I,
yeah, I was right. If people were serious, they would have their thing out there, boom bang, because they've done the hard part already. I don't understand how you're this, electrical genius making free energy, but you couldn't even just put a tripod up for like, you know what I mean, an hour and just record your thing working, and then just like, right, it's there, there's the link, go watch it. Then yeah, boom. If you want to argue with me after that, yeah,
but
that's the. You see what I'm trying to
uh,
say? It's
okay, no,
it's that.
yeah, I understand. No
But
problem.
anyways, bro. Yeah, yeah. I didn't. You get out of this thing, but cool, bro. It's been yeah. Thanks for having me, and
Let me remove you then. So for T Supersonic, you're saying that for T Supersonic saying that I'm an electrical engineer mainly doing circuits and PCB design. For T Supersonic, can you be willing we go to interview the guys? I don't know if you know the Kenyan guys who say that they have come up with a robot and a prosthetic hand that it can be able to uh, get get commands from your mind and it does things on its own, like pouring water for you in a cup or all that. I talked with them and they agreed that we meet on next week. I don't know if you'll be available. I can try to link up with you if you'll be available. You can try to, yeah, man, try to contact me. I'll try to share my email. I usually share my email on most of my videos, but I'll share my email here also so that you can be able to contact me. But yeah, let me read some comments. Tech Knight is saying that any academic only deserves a fraction of trust. I need to use my own intellect and to test see if it's working. And I believe it's achievable from the work. The title to your video is Lighting 32 and 10-volt bulbs. But people are excited to see this, Gerald. A lot of people have been asking me ever since I said that you were planning to share. I think it was last week. Last week never happened. We even have a guy called Al. He has been asking for your contact details. Gerald, also you let me know if you're willing if I give people your contact details like your email. You say that you've seen that the brain machine interface, and I know it's possible. Yeah, they say it's possible, but I don't know. I feel like, do you think it's possible? I feel like theirs they might be remote controlling, but I don't know if it's possible or not. So I did ask them for an interview, but they've been saying that they're under renovation from about 2 weeks now. But they told me that I can be able to go and film on Thursday next week. So I'll be traveling to where they are. It's somehow far, but not really far because, yeah, it's not really far, but somehow far. But I can be able to make it. So we are planning with them. But I think it is remote control. I doubt if it can be able to gain brain signals and do it. From some of the videos I saw, I feel like it's remote control. But if it's brain machine, most people have reported on it. They claim that it can be able to read brain signals. So it will be interesting. Take note. Any academic only deserves a fraction of trust. So you don't trust people who have education. I'm interested to know your like what is your background for Teen Supersonic? Like you mean you've never gone to school? Gerald Morin device rotating. Anyone here interested in new ice technology? I can build it. Which type of technology is that? Like what does it do? Or for this Supersonic, you're saying that you have a background in robotics and electrical background as well. Man, if you are around, you will have been the best person to go with to visit those guys. CL, thanks a lot for being around. I don't know if I'd seen your comment. You're always around. And you're saying that I got problem with Lloyd's arguments too. He argued things I learned otherwise. So there are so many mental conflicts. But CL, I get your point. You're saying that Discord is a better video sharing application. I see. So you suggest I start using Discord, yeah? Because this one it doesn't. You're unable to read this comment. Let me just use the default one. But I can see your the comments are not visible. Learn about Valuetronics, a subcategory of Twistronics, Deeptronics at the nanometer scale. What are you talking about, Jeff? TechNight is saying that for this is pretty sure you're not knowledge lacking because you guys are arguing with 14 Supersonic. So he's saying that I think the reason why Maxwell is not moving forward, some of the investors are giving him problems. Most of them collected money from the companies invested to. There was a case that last time we saw Zima saying that they might be able to, they want to take Maxwell to court, the investors. Oh, I see, I see. That's a lot of information. You're saying that Chris, I can go with you. I'm the one who is an electrical engineer, not blind 14 Supersonic. But 14 Supersonic is not around. I think you say that you're around. So 14 Supersonic is from a different country, I think. But you guys are arguing about your education, all right? Anyways, uh, Gerald, I'm waiting for you on Friday, but I hope tomorrow you can also come in and see the paper that the guy will be presenting. The person who is presenting the paper tomorrow is the guy from. He was in the other when we did the other live with Lloyd. He was around. He showed a different paper that he was using quantum mechanics, but now he's using energy propagation constraints. Like the thing is, I'm not supposed to talk about these things unless the person himself talks them first, because I know it had some information in regards to me not being able to talk about it. But he introduces a certain constant in a certain equation that he says it can be able to, from what I read in the abstract, it can be able to harness transient energy or those electrical bursts or voltage, like transient energy. It can be able to harness it, and it makes it to be like a cleaner or better way of getting electricity. And I don't know, like in terms of maybe voltage, if it will be enough to do a lot of things, but maybe it goes hand in hand with what Gerald and Lloyd have been talking about. So it will be interesting to have him here tomorrow so that he can share. For him, I know that he won't run away. He won't come and he says, let's do it another day. We already agreed. And 14 Supersonic saying that I was in school for about 8 years. I originally started in computer programming, and after I decided on robotics, I can build it. You say that I try Discord. Right now I'm using you say that Discord is better for video sharing. I think right now I'm using EVMAX, but you're saying that Discord is better. Is it easy for people to join in? Like, just a question. I can build it. Like, is it easy for people to join in and have a discussion with you? I think that it's genius if you can contact any electric car manufacturing company so we can gain financially. I tell you. But also I can build it if you know many people, like if you have access to people in the scientific community or whatever, and you can try connecting me with them so that we can do interviews, man. I'll appreciate a lot. I've been trying to do more, but I sent emails to a lot of people, and some respond, some don't. Some respond and tell you maybe later I'll consider, or I have to see your channel first. The thing is, my channel has been posting a lot of things to do with Maxwell, that it has made me to lose some sort of credibility to some people in the science community. But I want to be able to do more interviews with people of different, like a diverse background of people in the community of science or scientific community. So I can build it. If you know somebody, yeah, man, feel free to connect them with me. I usually share my email always. Really think that I believe operation is real. And also you can be able to like the stream if you've just joined. I say that I believe operation is real and free energy could be oppressed too, because people got no plan, think that stuff is free and the other people own them. I see your point. So if I'm understanding you, you mean that there is nothing like free whatever. If you're interested in understanding the perpetual magnetic holder, read what was mentioned about spintronics. That message is to me, or you are arguing with somebody in the comments, Jeff? I hear you, Chris. I know what you're talking about. I have a device without moving parts based on it. Maxwell's equation. I see. Yeah. That guy is also using the Maxwell's equation. I think I saw in the paper, but I'll read it well tomorrow. He just shared it this evening with me before, like about 30 minutes before I came live. So I only went through the abstract. But yeah, but I think after he talks about it, he'll be able to share it. And we have Al here. Al has been wanting Gerald to share a lot. Gerald has shared that he's going to share on Friday. But you're asking about, many thanks to you, Lloyd, and many others now. Al Gerald is here. You can be able to see me here, and he says that he's going to share on Friday. There's a comment he put up there. I can't get it. He says that finally on Friday. And also, Gerald Al was asking if you can be able to get your number. And Al, I also saw your comment about Joel Legas. He has also been able to do something to do with coils. It's easy for people to come in. Like, do people have to be on Discord for them to come in, or just a link? Because this one is also just a link. If I paste it here, you can be able to come in. But I'll try to see Discord. I think many gamers use Discord, right? If I'm not wrong. You have Cecile saying that the problem with people here is they are not really educated, and you have to take it from you educational point of view. When people invest in your technology, they are the ones who control the technology, which is correct. If people invest in you, then they control you. But again, you need investment to be able to grow. Try Charles Protas calculations. He perfected Tesla's rotating magnetic field. In regards to this, Jeff, do you believe what I was told today, that some of Tesla's work is still being hidden from us so that we can't be able to use it? Newman and Steinmeier had the same problem, issues which Maxwell is facing. Any of the components which matters. But for you're talking about Joseph Newman. Joseph Newman case was crazy, but Joseph Newman took the patent office to court, but he never won actually. He lost the case. They said that his machine was just efficient in converting energy but not creating any new form of energy. Then for Stanley Meyer came up with a water fuel cell. He believed that he can be able to retrofit cars and they be able to run on water. And he also had his own car. But on the day that he was supposed to take it to be tested or to be peer reviewed by a certain professor. He said that he gave a lame excuse. That's what I saw, and that's what I read. Maybe it has been doctored. But then Stanley Meyer also died in 1998. He was having dinner with he was having dinner with some two investors. Then he ran outside and said that he had been poisoned. He fell down and he died. But after doing the autopsy, they said that it was cerebral, like it was an issue to do with his brain. Then Tech Night, you're saying that not that it's long to type or join Chris up there. You're saying that for this supersonic, just say it's a scam. Not that it's long to type or join Chris up there and give us a short explanation. A 40 Supersonic said that he'll be able to join this time by day. I remember last time he said that he'll join. 40 Supersonic, this is the link if you want to join in. I think most people will agree that what is commonly understood is free energy is zero carbon emission sources. Yeah, I think so. I think so. Even in the definition of when you go, if you look for the definition of free energy conspiracy theories, they say that pollution, like pollution zero, like technologies which produce energy without polluting the environment are among the free energy type of technologies. But they also mentioned that very low cost to produce and something that won't be controlled by the government. Darkness, you've been around since the start. You think that I watched Gerard Morin device video and all he's doing is lighting up a bunch of bulbs. That's not conclusive proof. You want something that can light a fridge, a refrigerator. What is supersonic say? No, you want me to just say what you think, but I don't think that because I can prove that it's all a battery's work. For this supersonic and Tech Night, man, what are you guys arguing about? And Tech Night, you want to join in and argue like ID was last time? Yeah, I use Discord most often. So for Teach Supersonic, you're saying this Discord is better. I see. I'll try to get it. Do you pay for it? Like, do you have to pay for? I know you pay for a server, right? The Discord servers. I think you pay for a server. Let me know how you can be able to do it. I think I'll try to set it up then. Tesla is absolutely being hidden. So Jeff believes that some Tesla's work is being hidden. Then I think you agree. You are in agreement with somebody who reached out to me today. And if you've just joined just now, I can see that you are 41, but you don't only 16 likes. You can be able to give me a like. If you give me a like, it recommends to many people and many people be able to join in. Although today we're not talking about anything interesting, but tomorrow, of course, we're going to have something interesting. And I can see that I've just dropped like 7 people. So Jeff is saying that Tesla absolutely being hidden. You believe that Tesla's work is being hidden. Somebody emailed me about this today. I said, let me get you to live. On live, we discuss about it. He said he fears for his life. Then most people do not know about Tesla coil rod, the middle that taps the ether, or that it is how Tesla put it. Then there's somebody who said that Tesla believed that Egyptian pyramids were more like antennas for what? Collecting energy or sending data. I don't know. Do you believe that, Gerald? Cecile is saying that it's not people believe anything there. Disinformation is not people believe anything. There is a lot of disinformation agents out there, and they have the money to hire the media. But sometimes people just saying that you're sending this information or you're being paid when it's not really being paid. Like for me, when I took, there's a video of the pastor where Zima was interviewing the pastor from Safe Technologies. I just took that section and I posted it on my channel, and I had a lot of people saying that I was being paid. Man, I've never received any money or anything. Sometimes people just say that you're being paid when it's not really the case. I just feel like people need to hear about this. I have all Stanley Meyer files. He did something No one else did. I'll try and explain on Friday. If you ask, okay, I hope I'll be able to remember Stanley Meyer files. I saw that I saw someone today. They say that Stanley Meyer's all his patents are now free to everyone can be able to access it, but that no company has tried to create something using their files to mean that it doesn't work. I don't know what do you say about that, Gerald. For T Supersonic saying that this is true among this type of technology. They always try to silence the inventors. The Y-Files has a good video on these cases. Or there's a channel called the Y-Files. These poisoning cases could have an origin in mental conflicts caused by different world views. I see your point. There's somebody also who was saying that sometimes you can have just issues in your brain. You believe that every time you believe that you're in danger and you're never in danger, that it makes it feel like that way when it's not really true. You're saying that it work even well. It will work because even a tree create fruit in surplus. So I think these pulses from batteries and MOSFETs and all the other pulses affect energy devices. Is like a tree. I can believe you're arguing with somebody or you're talking about the tech I was talking about from the guy who can be able to harness. We say that he has developed a way to harness that energy. I want to discuss Timothy YouTube Johnson. Timothy Timothy, that's a flag of which country? This is a flag of, is it Dominican Republic or what? I don't know flags. Tech Knight is saying this is why you believe. This is why you believers can't explain. Just saying it works won't prove anything. But Gerald is saying that it's going to prove Tech Knight. I hope you'll be around. 40 Supersonic saying that Discord is free. I see. What about creating servers? If it's free, then I have to drop this one because this one I have to pay for it monthly. CL is saying that. What about running it? Does it require you to have like a heavy PC or can it run on anything? Because right now, like my setup, if you see me struggling to see like this, because I have my laptop so far, so I struggle seeing comments. My laptop makes a lot of noise. So if I put it close, you hear the noise in the microphone. But if this code is not that heavy, but I'll try to get a PC anyway. Still saying that, for example, CL, but you live in another reality. That's true. You say that you don't even draw things. You just think about a plan and you can come up with it. Let me go through the comments faster. Joshua Buckley is saying that 0 point is coming out whether they like it or not. Cecil, I think, yes, I do believe what Tesla did when it came to the pyramids being a generator and machine for making mana connected to Moses. But why don't they make mana anymore? Or there's some sort of alien technology to it. Metal oxides field effect transistors work on the nanoscale, utilizing the Casimir effect. Why you thought this? Jeff, no, personally me, I wasn't taught, but maybe if you're arguing with somebody in the comment section, maybe they are taught. How many people have created over Unity hundreds, but their technology never reaches the public, and you still want more videos? So in the case of over Unity, I saw the case of Eugene Marlov. You can try to see Eugene Marlov. He came up with called fusion generator. He believes that they attained over Unity, but then he was unalived by some guys. But the police say that it was a robbery case gone wrong. So maybe, I don't know. You guys believe in suppression of this technology, or it was just a robbery case? They went for somebody who was developing something different. I think all of you people have the wrong information about the water powered car. Tech Night, feel free to join in and explain one. I have not built Maya's work, but I have lit water on fire, or more like imploded water bugs. Do you believe Myers, like if you follow it, do you believe you can be able to replicate what he was doing? Or Trini, you're from Trini, TNT. I see. That's where Christmas list was having a problem. Do you know Christmas list? He was stuck in your country for a while, that he was showcasing criminals and all that. I saw it, but I know Trini, you are, is it Prime Minister? She has like a deep voice, an amazing deep voice. So, Timothy, do you believe this tech is they are being suppressing people in this type of technology? And are you a policeman or what, man? I see you are a DP, you have like some police uniforms. Servers are usually free up to a certain amount of users, I think. Then I'll be able to share it on YouTube directly. But I'll try to see, I'm sure I'll find tutorials on YouTube how I can be able to set it up. All energy in the universe is free. That's Uganda Shivanda. Yogananda, Shivananda. Yogananda, Shivananda. Like, why does your name have Nanda Nanda at the end? Yogananda, Shivananda. All energy is free. Why does your name have Nanda Nanda at the end? Both names. Nothing can be created or destroyed, just transformed from. Yeah, that's the principle of energy conservation. You're saying yes. Oh, you remember the case of Chris Mastley. So you're saying yes, you're a policeman. Or you're saying yes to believing that there's suppression of this type of energy. If you're a policeman, have you guys been used to suppress free energy tech before? Like somebody maybe paid you before and said, man, go out and suppress this type of tech. Yogananda Shivananda. Why does your name has Nanda Nanda? Both names. Like, is it a style of naming in your culture? What? You say you have all of Stanley Myers on how to do it, but that will take a while. I have to sell some of my invention fast. I need resources. I get your point. I get your point. I get your point. And we are waiting for yours on Friday. You have to see it. Like, I've been having a lot of people asking me, man, when is Gerald going to do it? And my problem is when I come live, I say that Gerald say that tomorrow, Gerald say that on Friday. People believe, then I email Gerald, he doesn't answer. You're asking if his name is Ananda. Maybe his name is Ananda, or his name could be Ananda. So he just added yoga and Shiv, because how comes he has Ananda at the end of both names? But sometimes it can be the culture where somebody is from. Hey, Mike Faraday, man, I see you have joined today. You should tell Gerald to share with us.
Yeah, I know he's a busy guy. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, yeah, I do.
Yeah, I know he's pretty busy, so I know he'll keep the phone nearby and try to add his stuff to the chat there. But yeah, I hear you talking about the suppression, and it goes way back. I'm a little bit of a historian when it comes to this stuff,
Yeah,
and when Tesla and Nathan Stubblefield, guys like that. As soon as the bankers or any kind of financial institution got involved with these guys, that's where the suppression and the control started. So, for example, say like Tesla, if you take an electrical engineering course today, they don't even talk about it. He's not even mentioned. When, in my personal opinion, when you start electrical engineering, that should be one of the first guys mentioned in the course. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have the modern day that we have today. But because he had an issue with JP Morgan and he wanted to do the free energy from his Wardenclyffe Tower, he cut all the funding off. He says, why would I want that? I can't put a meter on it. So that was kind of the beginning of the end for Tesla at that point. That was around 1903. So it's sad to think the guy that created this modern world that we have today spent the last 40 years of his life as pretty much a homeless man and poor, totally broke.
Uh,
The dream, yeah, it's terrible. It's a very sad story when you really dig deep into it. And he's not the only one. There's many others that were suppressed. Nathan Stubblefield was another one. He was the guy I would say developed the first wireless radio, even before Tesla. Tesla actually went to his farm to see a demonstration done of his wireless radio. And he also created the Earth battery. So the grounding system of the Earth battery has a lot of similarities to what he was using for the Wardenclyffe Tower. So there's a lot of connections there. There's a lot of players, even Charles Proteus Steinmetz. He was the wizard that he pretty much ma- uh, made the mathematics, made everything foolproof. Anything that Tesla created, he perfected and was able to get it to market. So Charles Proteus Steinmetz, he was also suppressed. He wrote quite a bit of stuff on free energy, and GE wouldn't have any of it. They wouldn't publish the material. So you can see a similarity in all these characters in the
yeah,
early days. It's started so far back, and it's still happening today.
and
So
now and now I was saying that maybe some of these things happened, but but don't we have maybe some people who just go and pick a story that happened, like Stanley Meyer's case, and they kind of personify it or make it their own. They say that my life is in danger. I came up with this. Now my life is in danger. That maybe they are just lying. They never actually came up with anything. And I can see that we have IDs around. ID, if you want, man, you can be able to join in. But what do you think about that, Mike Faraday? Like some people, I feel like they don't have anything, but they use a story of something that happened before and they make it their own.
sure, yeah, to a point. Some people like to, tell their experiences of what they thought, might have been suppression in one way, shape, or form. You know, I've been taken off the road a couple of times in the car. That could have been just totally random, but there was other circumstances made me believe otherwise. So, but I don't really base everything, on my suppression. I just try to
Yeah,
keep my chin up and carry on. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah,
Stay focused, you know. Unfortunately, yeah, there were some people that were killed. T. Henry Morey, Stanley Meyer, Floyd Sweet, just to name a few. And there's many more. So, but there's a lot of people working on this stuff now. And the way I see it, there's more of us than there are of them. And the internet's been very helpful for us inventors to get our stuff and share our stuff and network and throw ideas across each other. So there's way more of us than there are of them, and they can't kill us all. You know what I mean? Because it would just be pretty obvious.
yeah. I get,
So,
yeah. But also, now that we have electrical vehicles and all that, haven't they taken the pressure maybe from people who really wanted to protect fossil fuels? Because back then you only had oil.
well, actually, no. The first cars that were produced were electric. This is going before Henry Ford. Henry Ford, one of his first vehicles was electric. So what happened was he was uh, dabbling with using hemp oil. he was going to ride, basically run his car on a biofuel. So the Rockefeller, he found the oil in the Middle East. So he lobbied the government to basically outlaw anything that was, had to do with hemp or marijuana or anything like that. To put a prohibition on it, so they could push the oil. So it falls back to the banksters. I call them banksters. They're like gangsters. They're one and the
Yeah.
same, right? They really are.
And do
So
you? Yeah.
go ahead.
I, I was going to say that now. Do you believe like this comment from Leroy SL? He's saying that in US, Enril free energy working generator will be confiscated when inventor files for a patent.
Filing a patent is completely, utterly useless to do. They have a section 113 in the U.S. Patent Office,
Yeah,
and it gets screened by the military. All right, not by civilian. It gets screened by the military. If they do, if they deem it as a military interest or uh, something that will be a danger to national security, they'll put a ban on it. They'll put it in a blacklist. And that happened to a friend of mine. He had a device back in, he was getting the patent around 1994 and had all the documentation. It was tested by Georgia Tech, MIT, really reputable institutions, but they wouldn't sign off on it. So, to make a long story short, they went, ahead with the patent, and the government seized it. So that was around 1994. It was called the MRA device.
I see.
So
Even yeah,
even like solar panels, they're not allowed to be over 22% efficient. They will not patent it.
I see
So
Leroy and Gerald are saying that your answer is true. That Mike knows. Tech Knight, you're saying that you think. Oh, Tech Knight was saying 40 Supersonic was saying that you are right about the first car being electric. I think,
yeah,
but your understanding is low. I can't take anything you say. So, for this Supersonic and Tech Night GT are having an argument of something. I don't know what they're arguing about. But he was saying that he agrees with you in regards to the first car being electric.
they were, and they worked well too. They were very, very reliable.
And there's a
Back
guy
in,
called Darkness. He agrees with you that they can't be able to kill everyone. You are saying,
yeah, the fact that those cars were extremely reliable. They hardly needed any repairs. Eventually, the batteries would have to be changed, but mechanically, they were very fit. So, yeah, it goes very deep, right? And it goes way, way back.
there's this guy saying that Elon bought Tesla. I don't think that Elon bought Tesla. Isn't Elon just a CEO?
Tesla was already formed before Elon Musk came in. There was two. I can't remember their names. There were two. I think there were two billionaires, but they originally started the company, and then Elon, came along. He sold PayPal and saw that was a great opportunity, and eventually he did buy those two guys out. So yeah, the listener is correct.
Then we have identity with hell is disagreeing with you. He's saying that solar panels are not allowed to be 20% efficient. Saying that who told you that identity with hell, if you want, you can be able to join in. Uh,
Yeah,
but tomorrow, ID tomorrow, we'll have a guy who will say you present a certain paper. If you can be around, you can be able to come in. ID doesn't want to join 40. I think maybe today, I don't know. What is person is saying that the electric cars we have now are very inefficient and use more power to make than they actually save when in operation. Do you believe that?
Uh, yes and no. Um, obviously our technology has come a long way since the 18 and 1900s, right? So Tesla was really the one who made the modern DC motor to work good without burning out. That was one of his projects he was doing with when he was with um, Thomas Edison. And Edison said, if you can make this motor work and not burn up, I'll give you $20,000. Okay, this is in the 1890s. Okay, or sorry, 1880s. Tesla did it within 1 month. He rigged up a prototype and it wouldn't burn up. And he said, okay, well, where's my $20,000? And he goes, well, you don't understand American humor. And he wouldn't pay him. So that there was kind of the beginning of the end with the relationship with Tesla and Edison. And shortly after that, he eventually left and he started digging ditches on the side of the street. So you kind of see where there's a lot of similarities with these inventors near the end of their life or end of their careers. They've been screwed and, you know, they spend a lot of time in court over their patents. Tesla was in court all the time, especially when the radio thing came out,
Yeah,
constantly in court. Marconi and Edison and all these guys. It was almost a full-time job for him going to court. So in the end, he started getting, you can imagine the person would probably get pretty bitter, right?
yeah.
So
But you're,
yeah, go ahead.
you're in a way you're going like you're disappearing a little with uh, in terms of volume. But before you come in, there's this guy saying Colinota is saying that suppression is just an excuse scammers use, which I
No,
believe some people just use suppression when it's not true. And we had Timothy was saying that you're spitting facts. Timothy said that is from TNT Trinidad and Tobago. Just yeah,
yeah, these are, I'm giving you facts, but the thing is, there's what was happening back in those days is still happening today to some degree, maybe not as severe or to the point where people are getting killed over it, but there is suppression because you're trying to change a system that's been in place for the last 100 years, fossil fuels, um, um, centralized power systems, and then you want to change it overnight, but the problem is you can't do it. It's going to take another 50 to 100 years to switch what we were doing to a better way. So it's going to be a slow, gradual climb in that direction. But, you have special business interests like the bankers and the oil corporations that want to keep the oil flowing because they want control. It's starting to boil down to if you control the world's power source, you control the world. And I don't think I'm very far off the mark on that. And we see it today, the way the world's going. These wars starting up, and it's all based around natural resources, petroleum, natural gas, all this stuff. It's control.
yeah,
So yeah, it just kind of filters its way down. But if we put our mindset in the way of going in a better direction, okay, it's not going to happen overnight. It could take 100 years to switch everything over to a better system, a healthier system, not just for us as people, but for the planet itself. Because right now, we're headed down a road that we might not be able to dig ourselves out, you know, in the long run. I'm not talking about maybe my generation, but my daughter's generation and your kids' generation. They're going to inherit this mess, right?
Yeah,
So guys like us that are working on these devices are trying to push the knowledge out there. So eventually, someday, it's going to be accepted. Right now, academia is so controlled. They're controlled. They have their own religion. And if you don't follow that religion, it's not correct in their eyes. So they got to start breaking down those barriers and start looking a little bit beyond, say like first and second law of thermodynamics. You know, we're in a day and age now where we can start challenging those laws because of our ingenuity. Our technology is better. There's a way to get around lens law. You know, all these laws that were established, you know, there is a way around lens law. I've been able to do it. So there is a way for everything. Anything is possible in my eyes.
I see. Yeah, that I see many people say that it should be open sourced to, in order for the government not to come for you, you open source it. That comment came from Darkness. Leroy is saying that self-funded free energy device config was taken by FBI and all assets seized. Then Jeff is saying that there's plenty of other ways to give away ideas, yet earn a fortune off your ideas by speaking, books, etc. Jeff, are you talking about maybe Lloyd who is turning his ideas into a book? For T Supersonic saying that, yeah, I think for T Supersonic, there's a lot of red tapes in changing the current paradigm to so they can keep all the money in their pockets. Simple money. Daniel Penn, welcome. Daniel Penn, I think this is the first day that we are having you around. Welcome, man. ID saying that nice Dutch. Oh, ID and 14 Supersonic, they're having an issue. My voice, when you attempt to overtalk and you are not adding to the convo, I'm as civil as you need to be. And I didn't ID Gerald say that he'll share something on Friday. I hope you'll be around. But in case you come on, people are saying that you don't have to shout when putting your points across. But I think you and Lloyd had an issue before. So you that day you wanted to release the issue you had with him.
Yeah, I heard that conversation. You know what? Um,
Yeah,
I see when I do my show, whether I think the person is right or I think the person is wrong,
yeah,
if I feel it's wrong, I try not to belittle the person because when I first started doing this stuff, I was making a lot of mistakes myself, and I still do. I'm not perfect. It's been nothing but a learning curve. I started this stuff probably around 2000, so I've been doing it for about 25 years, right? So
yeah.
I've gained knowledge over the last 25 years, I would think, anyway. you know, so I try not to belittle anybody, regardless if the information they're giving is wrong. Sometimes I'll jump in and try to correct them in a nice, meaning way. You know what I mean? I try to encourage them just to keep going and keep keep at it. You will get it, right? And try to mentor people too, because I've been doing it for 25 years. I think I'm at the point now where I can somewhat mentor somebody, or at least give them a couple pointers, you know. So that's the way I feel anyway.
Yeah, yeah, but yeah, I also think, but I also think it was my mistake on my side. Like, I think next time when I have a person on, I should let them maybe speak what they wanted to say, like for 40 minutes before I start sharing an invite guest link to let people in,
Right.
so that maybe people can question him. But I know I know Identity Withheld had an issue with uh with Lloyd. They had a personal issue, I think, and yeah, it was a perfect moment for him to come
Right
up
at that.
at him like crazy.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. What I It's okay for people to agree to disagree, okay?
Yeah.
Because it's always going to happen. So people are not going to agree. So you say your piece, and what you just go your own way, and that's it. But to try to demean the person, or you know, um, you know, tell him that he's a flat liar, and stuff like this is not constructive. Okay, just tell the person, I don't agree with what you're saying. Please research it harder so you understand the points that I've given you, why I think your system is not what it is, right? But yeah, it got into a yelling match, and there's no need for that. There's no need to have a yelling match. We're adults. We, you know, it's okay to critique other people's stuff, but it should not get into a heated argument like that, that conversation got. I would have cut it off right away. That was, in my opinion, I would have cut that off right away. And I'll say, okay, you guys got to take a breather here and relax. And if you agree to disagree, the conversation is over. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? You
Yeah.
have to
Yeah.
go your. I
So
think. Go ahead.
it's okay. I did saying that Lloyd has shown us how much he doesn't understand, but he hasn't realized it. Then Gerald, you're saying that you're going to give one device for free and sell the rest. Now I have a question because you and Lloyd were saying that free energy should be for free, but you're saying that you're going to sell the rest and give one for free. And also, ID also did ask me the same question. Well, Lloyd is saying that he's going to sell the book. When there's a day they were doing a live and they were saying that that free energy should be given for free.
Yes and no. Okay, it will come to the point where, like, I on my YouTube channel, I've got about 500 videos,
Yeah.
open over 500 videos of open source. I've given out pretty much all the secrets on my Renegade device that I could. I did an over an hour lecture on Old Man Builds that explains my whole system and how it works. But if, say, somebody came to my door one day and said, Mike, I need you to build me a Renegade device, and I would, because that's a service. You're doing a service for somebody, and you're going to build a device for him. That means obviously he doesn't have the technical know-how to make one, right? So if you agree to the service, you should pay for the
And
service. You see what I'm
Mike,
saying?
Mike, Mike, somebody's saying that you boost your volume. Your volume is going low and low. Somebody's even saying that you need to turn up your mic. On my side, there's no button that I can be able to turn him up. I think it's on maximum. Maybe it's the type of.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you
Yeah,
hear
yeah,
me
yeah.
now?
Yeah, now it's okay. Now it's
Okay,
okay.
okay. I apologize. How much did you miss of what I said?
Actually, a lot. You are.
Yeah. Okay. Going back to, should we pay for free energy? Okay.
Yeah.
There's a yes and a no. Okay. If you want to give the knowledge to somebody that wants to work on a device, my YouTube channel, I have over 500 videos, and I show step by step. I show all my stuff that I've worked on in the last 8 years. So there's plenty of stuff I've given away for free. So if you have mechanical knowledge or electrical knowledge, you can build it very easily. I've even done an hour lecture on Old Man Builds explaining the whole Renegade device and how it works. So if you have the knowledge to build it, by all means, make it. That's why I did it. But if somebody were to come to me and said, Mike, can you
Yeah.
build me a Renegade device? So I expect that person to pay for the parts as well as my time to build it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I think I'm dead on with that. Intellectual knowledge on certain things, if you want to get really deep into some of those aspects of my tech, yeah, I think it's intellectual knowledge and I could be compensated for that. But I've given so much out for free. Like I've pretty much given out everything for free, right? So, and I got, like I said, 500 plus videos on my channel. Plus I do a live show every Friday night. That's 2 hours long. I have a great bunch of guys come on that are very intelligent and are willing to share their ideas and their tech. So,
I see. So you believe if like so if I'm understanding you, if somebody goes through your channel, they can be able to learn how to build some of this tech.
sure. If they have a mechanical knowledge and they're good with their hands, they shouldn't have any problems.
Piero Duce is asking that what's the name of your channel? It's Mike
The
Faraday.
Faraday research. Yeah, Faraday research. Yeah.
Faraday
Yeah.
Research.
Yeah.
I think if Gerald is around, he can be able to copy a link and paste it in
Yeah. And
in
Gerald
the
comes on to my Friday night show when he's got the time to come on. And he presents a lot of stuff on my show as well. So, we have a really good network of guys that come on and share their knowledge that,
yeah.
we have a really good chat. We have really intelligent guys that, just stay in the chat board and shoot ideas all the time. It's great. It's great to see this.
I see. So on your side, let me try to search it so that I can share the link. But on your side, you're saying Gerald is not usually afraid to show up.
No, he comes on and he's a busy guy, so he doesn't come on every Friday night, but when he has time, he comes on and he'll present some stuff to us and some stuff he won't because it's not done yet. So, but, he's a great asset to the show. Definitely. Most definitely.
Yeah, I see it. Let me copy the link and paste it. Yeah, I've pasted the link if you want to go to his channel. If you want to check it out, Leroy is saying that why is Renegade device? What do you mean? Or maybe you're having an argument with somebody. Icon Bailey saying that a wire light enough to go very high to collect potential difference in electric charge. Are you arguing with somebody about the same? The Leroy is saying that excellent show. Leroy, thanks for joining us today. I know your name is new. I have like few people, so I know everybody usually joins. Like CL is usually around every time, saying that I'm happy that you did understand. I'm not sure about energy amount that can be harvested. Of Gerald saying that your shows are 8 p.m.
Yeah.
League of
Yeah, it
Extraordinary
depends
Design.
where, it's 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time if you're in the US. On the
Yeah,
west coast of Canada, it's 6 p.m. I don't know what the time, I believe it's an 8 hour difference or 7 hours difference if you're in Africa. Um, Actually, I have a very good friend who lives in Morocco. He's from the US. He's been into the free energy thing. He was working on the quantum energy generator. His name is Tivon. You
yeah.
might know who he is, but yeah, he's in Morocco. So I've been in correspondence with him for Probably last over a year now. We've been talking, so he's also
Right,
really, really knowledgeable too.
right now, what's your time to make it easier for me? Right now, what is your time?
Okay, so my time is 6:35 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
So now, and you do it on at 8 p.m. At 8 p.m. I'm usually, but I'll try to see if one day I can catch it. At 8 p.m., I think I'll usually, I mean, you're saying right now is
It's 6:35 p.m. Eastern Standard right now.
6:35, and mine is 1:35 a.m. Saturday, Wednesday.
So you guys are ahead of me. You guys are ahead.
Yeah, so it means by 8 p.m. your time it will be about 3 a.m. 3 a.m. this side.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit
But
of a
yeah,
difference in time.
yeah, different. Even there's a guy called Iron Work. I don't know if you know him. He supports me a lot. He does e-shows, but now the time that he does them, I wanted to pop up in one of his, but time difference. Unless I just say like a certain date, I'm not going to sleep early.
Yeah.
So
Well, I
I will,
do like all my live shows are recorded, so when you go to the Faraday Research channel, you click
yeah.
on the live tab and it'll have all the live streams I've done. So
Ah,
if you miss a show, just go there anytime you want. You know, it doesn't matter what time zone you're in. Just click on the live tab and you'll see the show posted. So yeah, you might miss the show, but at least you'll get the replay of the show. So everybody has a chance to see it. Doesn't matter what time zone you're in. Like I've got people listening to me in the Ukraine. I got people listening to me in South America. I have people listening to me in Germany and France. I've been around for a while, so I've really stretched out my reach to everybody. I get interesting emails all the way around the world. So
you get a lot of people. I didn't. Leroy is saying that show breaking up badly. On my side, is not breaking up. I don't know.
your
Anyone else?
your connection to me right now is perfect.
Yeah. If there's anyone who thinks the internet is breaking up, Leroy, you also asked for the invite link I shared, but let me share it again. But Leroy, it might be your internet. I think on my side is okay. I usually
Yeah,
check because I'm also
yeah,
connected. Yeah.
I hear you like perfectly. Your video's perfect time. You know, there's very little lag. So
I think it's this side. Then 6:30 p.m. on East Coast of US. That's Identity with L. So I think ID will come to join you one day so that he can bring
yeah,
his
we have a
vibe.
really, really good chat um, section. A lot of knowledgeable guys there. So it's quite enjoyable, just as much as the show's enjoyable. Even being part of the chat is also good. So we're kind of doing the both at the same time. So
You see this comment up from Cecil saying that please Faraday Research and Lloyd's. Have you tried getting in contact with Dr. Stephen Greer?
oh, Stephen Greer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never reached out to him. I think he knows of our group. He hasn't actually reached out to us. I have one battery that I'm working on right now that I've partnered up, and unfortunately, just because of what we're doing, we put a NDA on it. But I've given a lot of that information still on my YouTube channel. It's a carbon graphite magnesium power cell, and that's some interesting tech there. So I'm working on one right now that we're hoping to get about 10 to 20 years life out of it. And the battery is also self-charging. Okay, so you don't have to plug it in to charge it; it recharges itself. So that's
Oh.
one. Yeah, that's one amazing tech I'm working on right now.
It recharges itself.
Yeah.
That's great. Like, can you be able to explain maybe?
Yeah, so you would have
say like a computer battery, right? If you have my power cell like a computer battery and
Yeah.
you're using your laptop all day and then you shut it off at night, by the time you wake up in the morning, it's recharged.
To full capacity.
Yes.
That's interesting.
And you don't have to plug it in.
Where does it?
And
Yeah.
go ahead.
I was about to ask, where does it get the energy to?
It gets it from a sacrificial cathode and the quantum tunneling effect. So
Uh,
where you think that the electron flow from the cathode to the anode
mm,
cannot happen, it gets through this barrier without any means of getting through it. They call it a quantum tunneling effect. So the actual cell itself doesn't really have an acidic electrolyte. There's no acidic value to it. There's no galvanic action happening in the cell. I've
yeah.
made several that are dry, and I've made several that are like a gel, modified gel, but they're not acidic. They're totally alkaline.
Mm,
So, and the great part is you don't have to charge it because it recharges itself, and it will outlast any battery on the market. It'll last 10 to 20 years.
like,
So,
do you like? Have you built any that works so far, or is just a
yes. Oh,
concept?
yeah. Oh, no, it's working. I have a couple prototypes running right now.
Can we be able to see? Because even identity with health is wondering, man. He's saying,
Okay.
what are you talking about?
Okay.
Because like,
I'll
let's
show you.
imagine such a
Okay.
battery. Yeah.
I'll show you one right now. Basically, the way it runs is all you have to do is sprinkle a little bit of water on it, and the battery will put out power for a couple of days just by sprinkling a little bit of water on it. Now, this cell here will
Yeah.
last up to 20, yeah, I would say a good 20 years before it would have to be replaced. You could also stick it in the ground. So here, let me just,
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. As I
yeah,
read some comment.
yeah,
Even 14
just,
Supersonic is saying that this will be like next level. Man, this is next level. Everything is composite hydrogen in various stabilizing states. Walter Russell. Jeff, does it mean like in regards to what he's saying?
switch my
And
camera
Gerald, you're
around.
saying you want me to remove you from the screen before, or you're switching?
Uh, how do I switch it around? I'm gonna switch my camera around.
Let me remove you, then you switch, and I'll bring you back on the screen.
Okay. All right.
Gerald, you're saying that he has had he's ahead of me on the crystal sales. I can only reach 900 microvolts per cell, and his upward 1 volt and a half per cell is killing it. Like, have you seen it, Gerald? Because I know that you're close with him. Have you seen it so far? Yes, 14 supersonic. You're right. ID skeptical, man. Even me at this point, I'm like, is it really true? I want to see it. He's saying that this is just Hutchison Tech times two. He's trying to switch his camera, so I'm bringing him back. But he's. Have you managed to? Or I think he left. This claim is easy to break down when proving works. I think he left. He had an issue with trying to switch his camera, then he left. But I'm pretty sure he can hear us, so maybe he's coming back in a minute. Between the selfie and I mean, he had an issue. But like, if you have something like what he's saying, Gerald, I know you're here and maybe you have seen it. Is it like what he's saying? Is it true? If you have a battery like that and you bring it to market, won't it like put all these other battery cells out of business? Because like for me, I have here a lot of batteries that I have to recharge or throw them away once they run out. Like all components, we have like in the military. In the military, they are having troubles with drones running the batteries that run out. So you're talking about a battery that can be able to recharge itself. This is something that the military will go for like crazy. Still,
Okay, so here's the power cells. I got 5 of them here, and it's
yeah.
charging up this capacitor bank. And these cells have been running for about a week now. I just sprayed them with a bit of water, distilled water,
eh,
and yeah, that's it. So these have a magnesium and alum. Alum will protect the magnesium from oxidation. It's a preservant. You can use it for food preserving. So it's called alum, ALUM.
and like so far, how many volts can you be able to get from
This
like
one,
the setup you have?
this bank here is 9 volts,
This
9
is
volts
crazy.
DC, and it's
And
running.
so right now, what is it doing? It's recharging itself.
Yeah, like if I were to disconnect the load on it, it'll start
Yeah.
recharging itself.
Or right
But
now, yeah.
like this makeup right now, it's just running continuously. So these are carbon graphite. They're used for making molds for like putting gold in there or silver and melting it inside a cauldron. So
Yeah.
I got these on Amazon. They're about 3 of them are like $36 US. So, and then I fill it up with the alum and the magnesium. The post is your negative. The positive is the graphite. It's graphite ingot. So that's your anode, and the cathode is your magnesium. And it's filled up with alum. And I put a paper towel on it so it protect it. And you just
Yeah.
have to spray it with water.
So like once they run out is when you spray with water, then it activates recharging. Or
Yeah, you could even put them in the ground. You could put them in the ground, and just the natural moisture of the rain falling into the ground wets the ground. The cells will be charged up again. Or the morning dew, you could put it on your porch outside, and every time it rains, it puts moisture on the cell, and you got power. And you put enough of these in series, you could light up a whole bank of lights, right? So
somebody is asking that how many milliamps at 9 volts.
these ones are running at about each cell is about 40 to 60 milliamps per cell.
Then I see. You're saying the anode is graphite.
The anode is graphite. This box here is made of graphite ingot,
Yeah.
and the cathode is your negative post. So I got a post attached to the magnesium plate inside, and then you just fill it up all with alum. Put some water on it, and what's going to happen within the 3 days? The water hitting the alum is going to create a crystal structure. So it's like a crystal battery. And after that crystal is formed, you
Yeah.
get maximum power. So all you do is just keep them wet. Keep them wet, and they'll continuously produce power.
And you're saying this like can run like for years. You know, for years you don't
20
have to
years.
connect it
I
to
say 20
recharge.
years.
Or the
Yeah,
lifespan is about 8 years.
I would say 10 to 20 years easy, because the alum is a preservant. It protects the magnesium from oxidation. So if you have something that protects the magnesium's not going to deteriorate. Eventually it will, yes. So I would guarantee these will last 10 years, no problem.
Somebody is asking if you have any video of how to make
Yep.
to make
Yeah,
battery.
it's on my channel. Yep. I have it on my channel.
If any person followed step by step, they can be able to come up with it.
Yep, exactly.
And Gerald say that he has a circuit which can help you to improve the output.
Yep, you could put a Jewel Thief circuit up to it or Gerald's circuit. Yeah, totally doable.
Then say CL is asking that it could be a chemical reaction. I think it means like once you add the water.
Yeah, like
Like
eventually the
yeah,
water is going to dry out, right?
yeah.
So all you have to do is just saturate them with water, and it starts producing power.
So if
It's
say you submerged them in water, it will produce power continuous.
Yep, continuous, nonstop. So you could put a
Mm,
like a fogger next to it on a
yeah.
timer, and it will shoot moisture over it. Once every day or once every 12 hours, and this thing will run indefinitely.
So maybe the only issue with it could be like how you can be able to scale it. Say if you want to sell it to people.
It's easy to scale. You can get bigger blocks, graphite blocks, and
Yeah.
these are different than what John Hutchison was working on. He wasn't able to hook them up in series for some reason. His cells would not work in series. These do. You could hook up 50 of these if you want, 100 of them, 200. It will just keep multiplying the power. So when I first got these going, each one was producing 2 volts DC at 40 milliamps each.
Yeah.
So you hook them all in series.
Mm.
There you go. And these are super caps. These are Maxwell super caps.
This is incredible. Like, have you? It's quite incredible. Somebody was saying that maybe
I'm
saying that
still
it's a
here.
great. You're saying that it's a great innovation. Let me try to. If you have any question for Mike Faraday about this, what he has just shown us, and Gerald is saying that yes, Mike is next level. There's somebody who's saying that like maybe selling it can be a problem.
Yeah,
That
these are
if you want to make
completely
money
open
from it,
source. They're
yeah.
completely open source. It's so easy to make. Like, you do not need an engineering degree to make these batteries at all. They're very, very simple.
Botanical, you're asking if we have any new on Max H Kumbuso. No, we don't. Identity withheld is asking that if it runs on its power, why the wires?
Sorry, say that again.
If it runs on its own power, why
Right.
the wires? Like why those wires when?
Well, the wires hook it up in series, right? You have to hook it up like a regular battery, right?
Yeah,
So you
yeah, yeah.
connect it, right? You have to hook up the batteries in series, and then one side is going to be your positive, and then the other end is going to be negative. So you have to make physical connection.
And then you said you are taking them through capacitors.
Yep. I dump everything into a capacitor and I put a diode so the
Yeah.
power doesn't go backwards. It will only go into the capacitor, right? So the thing with these batteries is, so listen closely. So say you make a cell bank that puts out 10 volts, okay?
Mm.
When you go to charge a capacitor bank, the cells are only capable of filling up 5 volts. So say you need 12 volts. That means you need 24 cells in series to get 12 volts.
To get
So
12
basically,
volts.
right,
Yeah.
because when you second you put it under a load, because of the type of battery it is, it doesn't have the horsepower behind it. So what happens is your potential of what you're able to fill up into a capacitor bank goes to half. So if it's putting out 24 volts, it's only capable of filling up 12 volts.
I see. Like, can you be able to show it again? Did you really have a lot of wires like how
Not
I did?
really.
Are you able to see the comments? He's saying that a battery takes two wires, not 5 to 6.
Well, because they're
What?
separate cells together, it's built completely different than your traditional battery. Okay,
Like each
that's the first
each
starter
each of the unit you showed, it's like a battery on its own.
on its own. But when you see the proper terminology, okay,
Yeah.
each one of those, what you saw, each one of those blocks is called a cell. Okay,
Yeah.
when you put all the cells together as one in series, it is now called a battery.
I see.
You get it?
Yeah.
So originally, back when Alexander Volta came up with the battery, he was making cells, or at that time he called it a pile. Later down the road, they called it a battery because you have separate little cells, small cells, grouped together as one that makes a battery,
I see.
right?
Yeah. So all those wires are for connecting the cells you had
Cells
together.
together, and yeah, they're all together to connect the series circuit. So
Then
from
continue,
and then
continue.
so you would start with your first cell. So you would have your anode and cathode. So the anode would be your positive for the battery. Okay, so we'll leave that aside. The second wire, the negative, that's going to cross over and go to the positive of the next cell. Okay.
Yeah.
Then we pick up the circuit again on the negative of that cell we just did. Okay. And that's going to go to the positive of the next cell. That's how you go in series. So you can look up a series diagram on Google and it'll show you how to hook up a series circuit. And this is basically the same method. It's no different. It's no magic here. It's a simple electronic hookup. Actually, hold on.
I think ID had just issues with the cables, saying they were main. But this guy Technite is asking if each cell can store its own energy.
Yeah, it does. Each cell is basically a one cell battery, but the correct terminology of a battery is multiple cells that make one.
Nice.
Okay, so I don't know if you can see this all right. So you got the positive here. This is the anode. The
It's
cathode
not.
is the negative.
It's not visible. Not. Yeah. Yeah. I can see it now. Yeah.
Okay, I'll try to do this.
Let me explode it.
It's gonna hurt. Okay, so can you see this where my finger is?
Yeah. I do.
Okay, so this is my positive. And then if we go to this post, it is the negative. So we go from this negative post to the next cell to the positive, you
Yeah.
see? And
Yeah.
then from the negative, we go to the positive of the third cell and the fourth and the fifth. The
Yeah.
last post on the end, this is our negative. The graphite or the anode on this side is your positive. That's a series circuit. This is called a battery.
Yeah.
Each one of these is called a cell. A cell on its own, yes, will produce power, but only 2 volts. Hook it up in series, you'll get 8, 9 volts, depending on how good your cell is.
I see. So once you do that, you're getting. You said about 9 volts, which
9
means
volts, yeah. Here, I'll show you something real fast. I want to show you something. A different light, just
that
to kind
means
of.
it will affect your current.
The current's about 40 milliamps.
If you connect in series,
You multiply voltage. If you run in parallel, you
but you
don't
reduce
multiply
current.
voltage, but you increase current, yes. Right. So,
Okay, yeah, you are saying that you want to show something. Yeah.
okay, here's this one LED light. Look how bright it is.
Yeah, I see.
Trying to focus in the right direction. So you can see it's putting out some pretty decent light. I
Yeah.
could shine it across the room and it'll go on the wall. So yeah, it's
Meaning
pretty impressive.
the supersonic is asking that what is the bill? Like how much does it cost for you to be able to put up like the setup that you have now?
Well, right here I have about, I would say about $60 worth invested in that.
$60 for
Yeah,
to produce those 9 volts.
yeah, yeah. The
And
graphite is the graphite's the most expensive part of the cell itself. So
that one can be able to light like a house and all that. It can be able to light like 9
I
volts
would,
is
I,
able to light
yeah,
a whole
I
house.
wouldn't say this cell is really for like house use. Small devices, charging cell phones, running radios, small devices, yes. But to
Somebody's
run
asking,
like,
continue.
yeah, so like this particular design is not really geared for running, a house. You would need so many of these to actually get the current that you
Yeah,
require to run a house, where my other cell technology is made to run for a house. So, but this is something that anybody can do right now. Just get the right materials. All you need is magnesium, a square little plate,
yeah.
alum, the preservant, ALUM. You can pick it up at your local grocery store, and graphite. And you just follow the instructions I have on my YouTube channel, and then you could have one for yourself. It's very, very simple.
I see. Yeah, that was the question from somebody's asking about the capacity. Take night.
You could always add capacitors with it. That always helps if you want to load up the capacitor with the cell and then draw your load off the capacitor, which would give you a higher current. But you would have to cycle it. You would have to use like a 555 timer circuit on it. You probably would be able to get more potential out of it. You would definitely have to have a small inductor with it. Um, I've seen, well, like Gerald says, you could use like a jewel thief circuit, add that to it. There's ways, to get a little bit more power out of it. Definitely. But for like this one here for running a house, no, it's not really practical. No.
Mm. I see we have identity with health joining. I think he wants to ask you maybe some questions, but don't argue. Just ask.
Hey, 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 what's good? What's good? I don't argue, Chris. I only cut people who cut me. That's all. I don't argue just for the sake of arguing. But no, I'm okay with creating the battery. That's great. I'm not even saying he didn't because it looks like he created a battery. That is wonderful. Where I draw the line is charging itself. That's the statement that everything was like, okay, you built the battery, it's built off some sort of chemical reaction. That's how batteries are made. Great. No problem. But when you say it charges itself, but yet you still have to add something in order for it to do something, now you're
Not
no
on
longer free energy. That's when you say recharges itself, that's the strong statement that I'm like, okay,
right.
that one you gotta
That's
show.
the right. That's the one I have an NDA on. I can't.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I'm tied on that one. But the cell that I just showed you is a simple cell that anybody can make with simple materials and make a cell run on water. Now, I think that's pretty cool, personally, because these are kind of like an earth battery. You can put them in the ground in your backyard and have it run your lights in the backyard. When you get moisture in the morning or it rains outside, it rejuvenates those crystal cells, which I think is pretty cool. I think it's a good learning experience for somebody who's getting into stuff like this or just playing with the stuff and getting familiar with the hooking up the circuit and putting the cells together. I think is a total positive, you know, being creative and being able to make something that works, right?
Yeah, I agree. I don't even contest what you just said. It's a different way of doing things. That's all great as well. I have a question though, as far as what is there a difference than like a battery that runs off of, the chemical reaction in a typical car battery? Isn't the same idea? Is that along the lines?
No, there's no galvanic action happening in the cell that I'm developing right now.
Okay.
If there was, the sacrificial cathode wouldn't last very long. It would die off.
Okay.
So, according to the dendrite growth, that's probably the biggest thing with batteries. Is where they fail is because of the dendrites. And if the
Okay.
dendrites get large enough, they will actually short the battery out from the inside out. So that's kind of like the holy grail. I've come up with a couple of ways of protecting the sacrificial cathode from oxidation if it were to occur, and preserve that um, the sacrificial metal that we use in it. It's not lithium. I don't like using lithium. It's dangerous. So I found another stable element to work with that has a lot of potential, and a lot of universities are working with this element, and it's nothing new. It's just I came up with a different way of putting it together.
There's a
So
That's amazing. I mean, like I said, if it's doing what you're saying it's doing, I mean, I'm not an expert on batteries, but I have an idea of how they work. So that's why I was wondering, is you changed the materials. Can we at least say that?
yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So
Okay.
like right now, where I'm at is trying to get the best electro chemical makeup inside that will last 10 to 20 years. And from my experiments, if you pulse the battery, for some reason I haven't been able to figure it out. I actually did it on the scope. For some reason, it's developing a back EMF in it, and there's no coil in it. And I don't know where
Might
this
be
back EMF
parasitic.
is.
Might be
Yeah,
parasitic.
it's like parasitic, or I don't know where it's coming from, but it is showing up on the scope. If I do, um, um, tap the lead onto the lead of the scope, it creates like a back spike. It's really weird. I've never
Change the leads on your oscilloscope.
think it could be the leads on the oscilloscope. Okay.
Yeah, you could be introducing something you don't expect. Sometimes those things can get, even if they're damaged, if they're used too long, they could
Yeah.
create some parasitic performance that you did not want in there, but the
Right.
lead's just going bad. So I would
Well,
try there first, personally.
I usually try to calibrate my scope before I use it. There's a calibration operation that you do on the scope.
Yes.
So I do that before I start doing any readings, just in case something's off. Right. So
Right.
yeah, it's a cool thing. I've come a long way. I've been working on it for 2.5 years. So I've been working on it for a while, and I've got pretty far with it, further than I thought. Um, if I do try to spike the battery to try to get an impulse out of the battery, I'm getting like on one cell, I was getting about 17 amp spike. And that's just for a tap, basically getting a tap off it. And it will hold that current. It'll start out like the spike would be, say, 17 amps, but I'll hold it there for a couple of seconds, and it'll hold, and it'll gradually start coming down and level off around 8 to 10 amps for like a minute. And I'm like, wow, that's pretty interesting. That I
Wait,
was
8
able to.
amps at 17 volts? Is that what you said?
Well, no, the first spike would be 17 amps, and then it will start
Ah,
going down. It will start going down gradually. The cell puts out 2 volts. Each cell puts out 2 volts at 17 amps. It will hold for about 20 seconds, and then it'll start creeping down gradually. and it'll level off around 8 to 10 amps for at least a minute, which is
So
pretty impressive.
during that spike of high current, what's the voltage? Does it
The
drip? Does it
volt,
dip?
yeah, there is a slight increase, but just for that spike, just for the spike, and then it goes back to about 2 volts to 1.75 volts in that range.
Mm-hmm.
So it's pretty typical for these cells to run at about 1.8 volts. If you can get 2 volts out of them, you're doing really good. It depends on the distance between the anode and cathode are really crucial on getting higher amperage. The further away the anode is from the cathode, you'll decrease the current, but the voltage will go up. And then vice versa, when you put the cathode closer to the anode, the current will go up, but the voltage goes down.
Mm.
So
Now, I see somebody in the chat, Tech9, was asking about the quantum mechanics doesn't allow for free energy, tunneling, and zero point energy exists, but they can't produce usable power without following conservation laws. Can you explain how harness quantum effects? How you do that?
how I do it in my Renegade device, what I do is I call it a disruptive release switch. So I use a high speed automotive relay switch and I pulse it. And it turns out when I pulse it very, very quick, the power draw from the battery almost goes to zero. So when I get it running at about 200 RPM, I have 4 magnets on my wheel. So that means the pulse happens 4 times per revolution at 200 RPM. So that switch is firing off very, very fast. So what's happening, I call it a current free potential because it's kind of stripping the battery of the voltage, but not the current. So where my system makes a gain is when that current gets into my inductor that's running the wheel. I get inductive reactance. I get a reactance scenario happening in that coil. And then after that, I put it through ultrasonic piezo transducer that's rated at about 40 kilohertz. And I hook that in parallel with that coil. So it's like almost like a dead short to the coil. And I get a huge gain spike in power. And because I'm getting that huge gain spike in power, it's also increasing the inductive reactance in my coil.
Wait 1 second, because I'm a little confused with the terminology. You said
Mhm.
a gain in power.
A gain in
So both
potential.
your current.
Sorry. A gain
Okay.
in potential.
I'm a little stickler with the language because sometimes that's
Okay.
where you figure
Yeah.
out that it may not be doing what you think it's doing. But sorry, continue.
Yeah. A gain in the potential. Yes. So I get the gain in potential, but what seems to be going on in the coil, it also helps increase the inductive reactance in the coil. So I have that hooked up to a high speed diode and I capture it and I dump it into an 80 volt, 12,000 microfarad capacitor. But before I can do that, I have to hook it up to a full weight bridge rectifier because it's a very parasitic high voltage DC spike. So I have to clean it up. So I put it through the
Yeah.
full weight bridge rectifier and then I dump it into the 80 volt, or even I've used 200 volt capacitor bank, low microfarad, usually within about 12,000 microfarad, and it'll fill that cap up pretty damn fast. Let me tell you. And the best part about my system, I call it a current free potential. I had 4 car batteries hooked up in series running it, so I was getting about 50 volts input into the system. It ran for 6 months. I've never had to charge the battery in 6 months because that fast switching that happens is because there's a physical release because I'm using a mechanical release switch, a relay that fires really fast. Because of that release, it basically cuts off the current from the battery. The battery is not getting pulled. I'm just stealing the potential off it. Get it?
So in my mind, when I'm hearing what you're saying, it sounds like you're charging that inductance. And then when you turn it off, that spike you're getting is that inductance power coming back.
Right.
So
It's
that's
not good.
that's what I'm
Well, it
hearing you
can't go.
saying. So.
No, it can't come backwards in my system because there's diodes on the end. So when it gets the release, there's a diode there before that switch. So it cannot go backwards. I don't allow it to go back into the battery.
Well, if you cut the path for the current to run on, it doesn't like increase. It's
No,
like
it doesn't. It, yeah,
yeah.
I
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
understand what you're saying. It doesn't increase until it gets into the coil. That's where I'm
Correct.
getting
That's what
the reactive.
That's where I'm saying it's getting stored. Like once
Right,
you can cut the current, but the energy's already in the coil. Because that's
right,
what it does. It stores it.
right.
So by hitting that switch, but when you a lot of times I keep hearing like, you get this, you hit the switch to get energy. What you're doing is actually triggering that energy in the coil, but you already put it in there. So it's not
It's
free.
already there. It's already there.
You put it there. Yes, you put it there.
Right,
So by definition, it cannot be free because it doesn't exist if you didn't put it there first.
right.
That-
I call it a hyper efficient system. I
Go
like
for
to
it.
refer it as more of a hyper efficient system, right? And if you utilize that power coming off the coil and dump it into a series of capacitors, now I know I got batteries that'll last a really, really long time because I'm drawing like 0.001 amperes coming out of it. It's like the last test I did, it was 0.049 watts on the watt meter, DC watt meter. That's how much the motor's consuming to run. And I all day long, hour after hour, I can just keep dumping power into capacitor banks and keep loading them up. And then I could take it from there, hook it up to another switch and charge batteries or run lights or whatever. So it's a hyper efficient way of using DC power.
Is this a super capacitor? I forgot what those things are called.
The ones I'm
Um,
using are
like
the
a
big
quick
blue
release.
ones. I'm using the big blue ones. The ones that you see them in old TV sets. They're like
Yeah,
12,000 microfarad and 80 volts or whatever. Yeah.
yeah. Those are. So I guess I'm a little baffled sometimes when people use them as storage.
Yeah.
Because they're not
I
designed to store. They're designed for quick release, like when you
Right.
need that energy.
Exactly. So that's why I use them. I hook them up to another switch device and I could pulsate into another battery and charge another car battery, right? So yeah, there's many ways. Or you could just dump it into a light or whatever. The possibilities are pretty much endless what you can do with it. But the concept is to make a really, really hyper efficient DC motor. And I think I accomplished that.
And that sounds plausible to me. I don't have an issue. The only time I really have an issue, Chris, to when I hear things not from what's his name, Mike. I'm not talking about Mike right now. But when
No,
I hear like the free energy thing is that triggers me because it's like, wait, we need to understand that wasn't free. You put that in there already. Whatever you did, something that you did, you may not have noticed, you put energy in there. Now when it kicks back, that's not free. You put it in there. So if you put it in there, you could have put that directly into the battery. You see what I'm saying? Either you store it into the coil and then it kicks back, or you just send it straight to the battery. Either way, you're putting energy in. That's why the free thing it's enticing. I know it's enticing. It's really exciting to even think that's possible. But when you understand where it's going and how it travels and propagates through the system, power
well,
transfers. That's why I'm always tracking power. I don't care
Right,
about voltage or current individually. I want to know
right,
power because that's how we transfer energy.
right. But there's another aspect to this that a lot of people kind of overlook, and even engineers do, is time. How long can this run on a charge, right? And that's where my motor kind of really excels. Like I just charged this power bank for the first time in 6 months from running the motor pretty regularly. It only lost about 2.5 volts off the full potential of the battery. So, and it took less than 2 hours to recharge it. So, I'm working on hyper efficient batteries and hyper efficient motors that can do a lot of work, not just electrical work, maybe even physical work. You know, my motors actually have quite a bit of torque, which can
Hmm.
do work, right? So there's different ways of looking at it. There's different directions you can go with these.
Right.
There's a question about somebody was asking if it won't be consuming, like, does it consume the magnesium uh,
Oh,
when
the
you
one
add?
in my crystal cell? Yeah, the magnesium eventually is going to wear out. Yes, over time. But the alum protects the magnesium from oxidation. That was found out by John Bandini back in the early 2000s. He was doing a lot of work with this. And he found out alum, for some mysterious reason, protects the magnesium. So,
So it means when you add water, that process of like consuming magnesium in the process, it produces energy,
while
right?
the magnesium's releasing electrons from it, you actually, when the water hits the magnesium,
Yeah,
actually hydrogen's actually produced. When that
yeah,
hydrogen's produced, electron charge flows. You see?
yeah.
There's a charge flow. There is like if you put water on my cells, and if you put your ear right up to the cell, you'll hear this crackling going on. It's actually magnesium releasing hydrogen from the metal when you put the water on it. It's pretty amazing, actually. It sounds like it's crackle popping and everything. It's really neat.
So the energy is coming from the chemical reaction,
Right,
which
with the
is
water and the
understood.
magnesium.
Yeah, that's definitely plausible. I guess hmm, I don't know much about like the efficiency of batteries and all that other stuff, but in relation to them, like if like someone was asking, can this power a house? Like, wait
No,
a minute. Let me get the
well,
technology straight first and
yeah,
see how efficient it is and relative to other things that we have, right?
yeah.
But I want to make sure that it's understood. It's not free. It's not free.
No, you got to pay for
Free.
the magnesium.
Oh,
You got to pay for
uh,
the
I'm
graphite, and the water. Well, you could use rainwater.
And also
not speaking material. I'm not
in
speaking
terms of
material. I'm
in
sorry. Go
terms
ahead.
of free in terms of free with hell identity, I think it depends with somebody's definition of the word free energy.
Yeah,
Like to
Yes.
that's
you,
so misconstrued so
like
badly. You know,
Yes.
according to you, maybe what's the definition of free energy? Maybe.
free energy
Me
is okay if
or
you're running a power grid and you don't have to pay for it. That's free energy, or a hydro plant where the water's flowing through the wheel. That's free energy, but technically, no. You have to pay the workers to maintenance the place, set up all the utilities and everything. So even though that you think it's free energy, say like a hydropower plant, it's not really free. There's a lot that goes into maintaining a system like that, right? That takes money to run that. You might be getting initially the power from the water going through the wheel. Yeah, that's free. But to run a facility like that, it's not free, right? It's how we're using that word free. It's been so bent.
yes, that is my issue. Is when the word is used so freely. Excuse me. I'm using it now, aren't I? When it's used the way it's used, it's like, okay, please define free because to me, solar cell, pulling sun, converting it to energy. That's free energy because it was sitting there and we converted it. We converted energy that was already there, right? But if we generate the energy and then use it and then try to use what it kicks back and get more out of it, like, wait, that doesn't work. That doesn't even make sense, to be honest. You don't start out with more, you don't get more than what you started out with. So a lot of times when people are using that word, they're insinuating that you're going to get something for nothing. It's like, no, that's misleading though. It's not actually free. I'm not speaking money. I'm speaking more power in a system. This is why I track power, because power in and power out is how you should define whether or not it's free. That's what we transfer. That's what we convert. That's what we try to harness. Power, not voltage, not current, power. And if you leave one of them off the table, you're not telling the full story. Or you may not even know, again, not Mike. Mike is doing what he's doing. I applaud him for what he's doing. It actually looks promising. It might have something there to really change some things. Yeah.
Actually, it's something like it's very incredible. If you can be able to scale it, I think it's amazing.
So somebody like Supersonic is so triggered by the fact that like he wants the free lunch. Like, dude, listen, I'm assuming you're a guy. Understand that like it's not that I'm trying to suppress people trying out new things. I love everybody to try these different things we haven't thought about. That's great. Mike's doing some great stuff. I'm not knocking Mike. That's not my problem. It's the idea that trying to understand how things operate is not a bad thing. Just because you don't want to believe that there's nothing for free doesn't mean that's not the rule. That's in our existence, in human existence, you never get more power out than you put in. There's no known system on this planet that does that. So when you say, "Oh, there's a possibility," it never happened. What are you talking about? So now you're working with zero probability of something. So you technically pushed yourself out of the whole box of creation. Like you're already trying to get something for nothing, and then assuming that it's possible. That the attempt, yes, okay, we try to, but the realization of it, when you actually try to put this thing together and actually try to get more out than you put in, good luck. And if you figure it out, you'll change the world. I'm not going to lie. If you do that, that's never happened before. So, yes, but based on the laws of physics that we understand, this world operates and abide by. And yes, physics follows the natural world. The natural world does not follow physics. Physics follows the natural world. In this natural world, you don't get a free lunch. It's not my rule.
You
Maybe
know
it's
what? I agree with pretty much everything you said. The one problem I have with academia today is they're putting too many constraints, laws around, you know, thermodynamics and stuff like this. Why isn't that the science is trying to go beyond that in
What do you mean?
challenging some of those laws,
Oh, it's
right?
happening every day.
A perfect example that I could give you right now is the refrigerator in your house. That has a COP greater than one. You can look it up. The refrigerator in your house has a COP greater than one, and it's in everybody's house. Everybody has a refrigerator. Well, most people do, but yeah, and that's kind of overlooked. So why aren't we
You,
working with a
sorry, I was
refrigeration
going to ask what was the
oh,
question?
go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
That we're challenging some of the laws of thermodynamics? Like, why doesn't it get into a discussion in a group saying, okay, well, we know the thermodynamics laws say this, but is there a way to maybe go over that?
actually
challenge
the
it.
main, I think the main
You
Yeah.
know what I
the
mean?
main the
Go
main
ahead.
issue
Go
is
ahead, please.
that
I'm sorry.
the principle of energy conservation.
Yeah, like lens law even. That's another one.
Mm-hmm.
With my high speed switching, if I put a load on the other end of my system, my motor doesn't slow down. It speeds up. So if the lens law is there, and I believe it's a true law and I believe it stands, but I was able to come up with this high speed switching mechanism that when you put a load on the motor, it's going to slow down, mine actually speeds up. So that's telling me either I've defeated lens law or I've done something to actually perturb the effects of lens law.
When you say switch, you said you're introducing switching.
Well, that's how my spark gap switch works, how I fire the motor, how I make it work. It's a pulse motor. So because of the high speed switching, I can put a load on the load end, and you would think that the motor would start slowing down due to lens effect. Mine speeds up, it doesn't slow down.
You're speaking of a physical motor,
Yeah,
like
a
a
physical
spinning
motor.
motor.
Right.
And which motor are we talking? The spinning motor or the one that with the load?
My pulse motor. I call it the Renegade device.
The one with the magnet, or is that how you're doing it? How are you doing the?
Yeah, so the wheels got four, well, it can have um, 4 magnets, 8 magnets, whatever you want. Then I used a spark gap switch, a high speed automotive relay switch, and I trigger it by a 3D printer proximity sensor, so it's extremely fast. And I hook that up to the circuit. So when I'm running the device, it takes very little current to run it. And then when I put a load on the other end, you would think it would slow down. Mine actually speeds up. So something's happening there.
Yeah, I would have to see. I'm not 100% understanding. Sorry, of what the system
Yeah,
is looking like.
yeah. Like on Google, just look up pulse motors, and it'll show you a simple circuit of how the pulse motor works. I've just basically taken that very basic design and kind of upgraded it. So I basically have added piezo barium titanate transducers on the coil where it's actually shorting out the coil. So when I get that spike pulse through it, not only that it's charging the coil, it's also reverbing in the transducer as well, which I'm finding transducers, when you add power to it, it throws a lot of power back at you because of the crystal structure inside. So, like, you say you take a quartz crystal and you hit it with a hammer on top of it, you'll get light. You'll get the luminescence coming off it. That's energy. So, like, most transducers are built on the principle of putting physical pressure on it, like, mechanical pressure, you get voltage out of it. Well, I had the crazy idea of throwing voltage into it, kind of using it in a way it wasn't intended to be used. I started getting more power coming back. It actually enhanced the inductive reactance in the coil. And that was
Mike,
like a,
Mike, they
yes,
they're saying that your volume is going low again.
it's going low
But I
again.
think, yeah, I think what you're talking about is more like, what the guy, there's a guy who he said we will talk about something tomorrow,
Okay,
and he's talking about how you can be able to harness that what you're talking about, like those spikes.
sure.
I was
Again,
trying to
that
see if I
so
can. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was googling what Mike was telling me to look up. So I see what he's talking about as far as s- um hmm. So when you start introducing magnetism and you start moving the magnet around, I mean, there's energy transfer happening there clearly, right?
Yes,
A lot of people don't include the power that they're using to drive the motor for one, and then that creates the spin. Then it moves the magnet, which creates a magnetic flux movement, which
right.
induces a current into a coil. So all these things are happening, but it takes you moving that magnet, putting energy into the motor, driving the motor to spin the magnet. The magnet transfers through inductance through the coil to create the current on the other side. But that's energy propagation. You can literally calculate from the time those two wires going to that motor all the way through past the magnets. You can calculate that. You can actually calculate that. A lot of times when we're talking to a lot of people about the switching stuff, when they call that free energy, it's not, because you put so much energy into up to that point of switching. There's a lot of energy actually being transferred in, not a lot relative, but there's energy being transferred, input into the system already. You have to take that into account. When you add all of that up or subtract, because it's going to be a negative on the system, right? On the power going in, um, or coming out. Yeah, when you start tracking that and you can actually like figure out how to model that mathematically and see the propagation, that's when you realize that it's not giving you free anything. You're working for that energy that you're getting out on the other end. So it appears to be free, but you are putting energy into that system. That's just a fundamental thing. I hate to. I mean, I don't hate to say it, but it is a reality. And I wish we could be better with a lot of things that we have efficiency wise. That's what scientists usually are working on, improving efficiency, because you're not going to
Right.
get one above one or whatever people call it over unity. I don't know if that's what they call it. I think some people do.
Yeah.
But
Well,
the
above one
closest you're going to
CO2.
get
Yeah.
to it is improving the efficiency. Solar panels were not 20% efficient when they first hit the market. Then, these systems definitely evolved, but then you hit these physical limitations in some of these inventions, namely solar panels, until we find out a better material that has a higher, what is it called? I forgot the unit that's for solar panels, but there's a certain unit, calculated unit for solar panels, for thermal piles, for all these different energy conversion systems. There's always ways to improve it, whether it's thinner material, more electrically conductive, thermally lower thermal conductivity. All these different parameters that are being tweaked and optimized. Somebody's always looking at these things, but you come to a point of physical limitation where the materials have hit its max. So now we got to
Right.
look into other materials. That's why you got lithium batteries. At first alkaline, then alkaline, then lithium. Lithium has issues, but it you can recharge. Like all these things are happening. They're happening.
Yeah.
So the
There's
efficiency is what we attack.
there's a really good movie you should watch. It's called the Joseph Newman story. How he made a motor generator and he proved by several universities that his was putting out more energy than he was putting into the system. It was proven by Georgia Tech, MIT, reputable universities, reputable engineers. He actually fought right to the federal government, the Superior Court. This happened in the early 80s. You really got to watch this movie. Very inspiring. And they, in the end, said, yes, it was putting out more energy, but we cannot grant him a patent.
No,
So
if
I
if if
would
if it's doing what I never heard of that story, I would definitely look that up. But if it's
look it
doing
up.
what it was doing,
Yes.
this is definitely somewhere I would start if I were
Yes.
actually in the.
Okay. So if you learn how his motor works, my motor is extremely similar to his motor, very similar. So I use a very large inductor. So like the coil on my motor is like 2.5 pounds plus. So he had a rotor, well, his big, he called it the big Eureka. His rotor weighed 4,000 pounds. Okay, so you can imagine the amount of copper wire he had in that thing, right?
N-
Huge
How
inductor.
did he prove? How did he prove that it was putting more energy out than in?
It was putting out more electrical power, and it was also the amount of mechanical power. That's where his real gain was an actual mechanical power versus the amount of watts DC going into the system. And it was proven by, like I said, reputable engineers, MIT, Georgia Tech, a few others. And the US Patent Office in the end, and he fought many years, actually cost him his house in the end because of it.
Yeah, I'll
Because,
watch it. It's a movie, you said?
yeah, it's called the Joseph Newman story.
I'm looking on Wikipedia. It's saying it was concluded by the National Bureau of Standards
Joseph,
in 1986 that the output power was not greater than the input. So I don't
Yes.
know. I'm
Well,
sure
that was
someone will
the
say
case.
that's conspiracy.
Well,
Joseph,
no, there's,
Joseph,
yeah, it was
for Joseph,
definitely a conspiracy.
For Joseph
They
Newman, it
had,
was more of a case. It was a case they went to
well,
court. They,
oh, yeah, they
you're
did.
saying, you're saying a movie. Actually, it was something that occurred or happened. They, it was a case, and
Well,
they refused
they
to
had,
patent his technology. But after the case, they say that it was just good at efficiency, converting. It was more efficient, and it did not create like anything anything new, but it was just more efficient. That's what they.
well,
Yeah,
all I say is watch the movie, watch the testimonials from these engineers, and
yeah.
those guys were skeptical. They were 100% skeptical on his device. And in the end, he had to swallow it and say, yes, it was putting out more power than what it was putting in. So, and they're reputable engineers.
Oh, I see. In the
Yeah,
movie,
I would. Yeah, I would have to. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know because this
What?
is
All I
long
say
story
is,
short.
yeah,
Long story
this,
short, I deal with a lot of flat earthers that do the same thing. They have these, hey, check out these people who said this and this, and it's like, but usually you go back and it's like, no, you. I'm going to check it out. Don't
but
get me wrong. I'm going to
yeah,
check it out because
for,
I've never heard it.
for
yeah,
Joseph Newman, it was actually a big case. If you talk about these things to do with perpetual motion and patenting it, it was a big case which comes out whenever somebody is trying to take any perpetual motion thing for to trying to patent it. You if you Google it, you'll see more about it and you can read it. But the movie had not seen it, so he's saying that the engineers at the end
yep,
accepted that it
yep,
was working. It was doing exactly what Newman was proposing. Because
yep,
I
exactly.
know from the article that as I saw, it said that they say that it was just more efficient at converting energy, but Newman refused that it wasn't, and I think he died believing that his tech was the device he had come up with can be able to create more energy than what you put in.
All I say is watch the movie, watch the testimonials from these engineers, and
Yeah.
they went in with a bias, obviously a bias saying no, this is impossible, and in the end they're going, oh my god, this is possible. They couldn't believe it. They couldn't believe what they were looking at. So watch the movie. That's all I ask.
Yeah, and also too. So the reason why a lot of times people get upset with this stuff is the idea of getting something for nothing. That's always there. The proof will shut everything down. So I can say a perpetual motion machine works, but all I got to do is show that it works in order to just shut up the naysayers. And that's where the problem comes in. The proof never shows up. Like you can have a bunch of people deny it, But if the proof is what it is, then it doesn't even need an audience. If it works, it
So,
works.
so ID, what you're saying is actually like what happened with Newman. He went to patent his tech, then they said this doesn't work. You have to show it first that it works. He did that. They were able to build like the machine, but the guys again rejected that it doesn't work. So they had to go to court and all that. It involved a lot of people, but at the end, some engineers came and said that it was just good at converting energy, efficient that is. But I had not seen the movie part where
Well,
Mike is
I'll
talking
just
about it.
I'll give you a little bit of a spoiler. At the end, basically, it all boiled down to politics. It boiled down to politics. The patent office just would not grant it.
But I did try to read it. Try to read. You can even read it now as you think, as Mike says something. You can see the scope of it, but it was a big case about this issue.
Yeah, like if Mike is saying, he has a system, his batteries, he's doing what he's doing, when he makes the statement that it recharges itself, you can say that, but all you have to do is show it, and then there's really no doubt, unless if like in science, I would have to be able to repeat what you did. Like that's how you transfer the knowledge. I can do exactly what you did and get the same results. But if all the attempts are made to get it and it doesn't work, either I'm doing it wrong or it doesn't work. So again, all of that is shut down once you show that it works.
Yeah,
So it's not a
because
disrespect for someone to ask, "Hey, you said what you said. Now show me."
no,
That's not that shouldn't be shocking to hear.
no, not at all. I get it all the time. With because I'm under NDA with this battery, because I do want this battery to come out. I do want it to come out. I have to go through the right channels, get the funding for it, produce a commercial product, and then
You
after that,
I applaud you
you
for
know,
that. That's actually a great thing to do. Like I probably wouldn't share it on the internet either. Be honest. I mean, you probably want the right
yeah,
audience for it.
yeah, I want to get it on the market, and then hey, be my guest, try to debunk it.
Yeah, but why would you do it in that order? Hey, by the way, thanks, Chris, for letting me back on the show. I'm Reynard Wilson, and I make a YouTube show about conspiracy theories, scams, and other bizarre anti scientific theories. And this is a really interesting subject to me because there are just so many crazy things said about free energy machines. And
Yes.
Mike Faraday Research, I don't know, is that your real name? Um,
Mike,
I'm
Mike,
hearing some very strange things from you because what you're basically saying is that you're going to go to all the difficulty of making your free energy machine into a consumer product before you've made a single penny doing the much easier thing, which is just selling energy. It doesn't make any sense what you're doing. But the thing that I was saying last time I came on Chris's show is you're following the template of every free energy scammer there ever was. You may not be a scammer, but you're following the same pattern. And the pattern is
Right,
ins-
Reinhard, maybe Maxwell, maybe let Mike first bring you up to speed about his idea is a little bit different. He
go
had
on.
showcased it a while ago
what pertaining to the battery or the motor?
about the,
Well, I was listening a few minutes ago. Mike was talking about his switching magnet device. Um,
Right.
I mean, you know what?
Well,
And so I can't really comment without having seen the machine.
right.
But it sounds just
Well,
as implausible as any other free energy device I've heard.
well, right now it's completely open source. All my plans for it is on my YouTube channel. I've done a lecture on old band builds, showing the schematic, how it works. I've been completely transparent,
Okay,
and I
but transparency
encourage.
wasn't what I was criticizing you for. I think my criticism is more about wishful thinking. That, unless you've actually got a tangible demonstration that this thing can self-power, that it's over unity, and it is actually able to do some useful work, then it doesn't matter whether you've open sourced it or you've given all your secret source away. It's still nothing until it's actually proven to work.
That's fine. As far as I'm concerned, what I've worked on for the last 8 years, I felt the world needs to see it. I don't put a price tag on it. The knowledge has to go out. If somebody who eventually comes up with a system and uses, say, something from my device that assists this person in creating a device that could lead to a massive breakthrough, all the power to you. Go with it.
Yeah,
If
but
it's
why
the
do you think
train,
that's likely, given that there's no evidence yet that your device
it,
actually works?
well, it takes time for stuff to get out there, people to start working with the device, and eventually, maybe, with God willing, that it will come out as an over Unity device, or whatever
Right.
label you want to put on it,
But you've got
right?
no evidence right now that it works. So, which is why I said what you've
Well,
got there is a whole lot of this is wishes and dreams. This is thoughts and
well,
prayers and
the
hopes and
other thing
fantasies.
too is, okay, so my question to you is, what makes a system like this a valid, real?
What would make it? What you mean? What validation would I
Right,
personally find convincing? All
right.
right. So, if there was a, let's say, a convenient, if there was a fully isolated system
Hmm.
that, let's say, for example, you had your device connected to a generator or something, and then we were able to do some useful work from it, and we could prove that that device wasn't cheating. So there was no obvious inputs to that, for example, a hidden wire
Right.
or a
Yep.
battery, or
Gotcha.
and if it was able to sustain something like that for, let's say, a considerable amount of time. Now, I can't give you an exact how many hours or days that would be, because that would all depend on what the specific claims of your device
I,
are.
I, you know what? I got an open door. Any engineer wants to come and test my
Mhm.
device, call me and meet me in Toronto, Canada, and you can look at my
Right.
device.
I mean, why don't you turn on your camera now and show us the thing working?
Yeah, it's kind of buried right now. It would take about 20 minutes to get it
Okay.
hooked up.
I mean, I've got
But
time. It's
I,
late here in
I've
the
got,
United Kingdom. I mean,
I
you know what? If
have,
you've got Mike, if you've got
I,
a real free energy machine, I'd wait 24 hours. Let's all come back on Chris's show and see your
well,
invention working.
go on Faraday Research, my YouTube channel.
Okay.
I got 500 videos.
Faraday.
I
Okay, now
show
I'm
the
going to go. I
machine.
wasn't familiar with your channel before. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
glad you've got your camera on now. Such a good looking man, sir. Keep your camera on
Mhm.
so we can all see you.
It's
But
actually my birthday today, so
okay, cool. Right. Well, let me just. I'm gonna in my other window. I'm going to look at Faraday Research. Is that your channel?
yeah. So we
Kind
do
of.
live podcast.
Right. So I mean, I guess have you done a demo in which your device is connected to a generator or some way of producing electrical power, and then you continuously pull electrical power from that system without any inputs?
Right, exactly. I've got that on.
You've got that demo. So what file would we watch to see that demo? What's the name of
There's
the
a lot
file?
of
Because I'm looking.
videos built.
Which is
Yeah,
the best
I'm
video?
on actually on my phone. Uh, hold on. I have to. I'm on a phone right now, so I can exactly go on the.
Okay. Okay.
Uh,
Well, just so do you have a demo that's exactly what I'm saying? A demo in which you're basically hooking up your device to a
right.
power
I hook. I
generator.
usually. Yeah, I hook everything up to, say, a load of lights. So
Uh
I
huh.
know the load of lights is about 50 watts, and
Okay.
I could run those lights for
And your
days.
device is entirely disconnected from any source of power. Is that what you're saying?
It has a battery, runs on a battery, okay,
Okay,
but
right.
the battery lasts extremely long time,
Okay, and
extremely long.
so what sort of battery is it?
It's battery, okay.
It's
I
a what?
got
Sorry, the
four
sound just
four
glitched out there. I
batteries.
could. So sorry. The question
Yeah,
is, what
sorry.
sort of battery is it?
Yeah, it's a gel cell battery.
Uh-huh.
It's a gel cell.
Well,
Four of them
rather than
hooked
just
up in
the
series.
type of
So
what's its capacity in kilowatt hours or whatever.
kilowatt hours. Oh
Milliamp
God.
hours.
Well, my batteries have never
So
run out of power.
well, okay. So why, if your battery doesn't run out of power, have you tried? Well, okay. Just give me an impression of like what's the physical size of this battery in kilograms or whatever unit of weight you use.
Batteries are probably about 30 to 40 pounds in batteries. You know, they're
Okay.
motorcycle batteries. They're 12 volts.
Right.
They're
Okay.
100
So
amp hour.
it's a powerful motorcycle battery.
Yeah,
Now, if the battery
yeah. It's
doesn't
what
run
you
out,
use in a motorcycle.
why do you need such a big battery if the battery doesn't run out?
It's not just the big. It has to do with the volts I put into it. A lot of systems out there, they run on 12 volts.
Right.
My
But
system runs on 50 volts.
okay. But you could have the same voltage from much smaller batteries. If I put a
You
line
could,
of
yes.
if I put a
I've
line of AA cell batteries, I could
Right,
get 50 volts just by adding enough of them
exactly.
in
Yes, and
parallel.
I've done that with that motor. I can line up, 5 or
Right. So
6
why do you
9 volt.
need? Because it's an immediately suspicious thing, though, isn't it? The fact that you're powering things off motorcycle batteries. So just for audience members who aren't familiar with motorcycle batteries, they're kind of like car batteries, automotive batteries, but they're generally produced to like a higher energy density because motorcycles have to be small. And so if you're basically saying that this is powered off, your device is running off a whole bunch of motorcycle batteries. Well, motorcycle batteries are really energy dense machines. You could power lights, like a bunch of 50-watt lights, for quite a long time on a stack of motorcycle batteries. So it's sounding to me like that's immediately really suspicious that you've got this element in your machine that if it really was, oh, Mike, I think you've just cut out. Mike.
If I have, say, 4 motorcycle batteries, they're
Mm-hmm.
both 100, they're all 100 amp hour, okay?
Okay.
I can run my motor for 6 months without having to charge them up. They do eventually run down, yes,
Right.
but it takes 6 months to run them
Okay.
down.
So I mean that would be impressive or not, depending on what the load was in this case. So we could probably do some sums, and
Right.
so I guess the question is, if the device is over Unity, why are the batteries running down at all? Kind of
Well,
suggests that the system isn't over Unity.
well, there's 2 ways you can look at over Unity. Power
Well,
input versus what you get out.
mhm.
Okay. My system is over Unity over time.
Well, no,
How
I mean,
long it could run.
the phrase over Unity has a strict definition, which, the simple phrase is you're going to get more out than you put in, right? So it would still be an over Unity engine if you put nothing in and you got something out. But let's say you put 10 watts in and you got 20 watts out, that would still be
Right.
over Unity, right?
Correct.
So it's the same definition, whichever way you do the maths,
Right.
right? So
Yeah.
in the case that you're describing, if it was a true over Unity engine,
Right.
you could maybe, let's say, for example, let's say hypothetically, you were putting in 10 watts, and it could produce 20 watts, but your light was, I don't know, your light was consuming more than most of the excess, so the battery is running down very slowly. Well, you could just have fewer lights, and if in theory, if that were the case, you
Right.
could divert some of the power to charging the battery. But the
Well,
thing that I'm kind of worried about here is why does it need to be such a big battery? Because you just said what matters is the voltage, right? And so I could line up a handful of just AA cell batteries, and get it to 50 watts quite easily.
Right.
Right. And if the batteries are there just to sort of kickstart the process, in theory,
Right.
they should never run down.
Right. Well,
Right.
like I said earlier in the program, my system is a hyper efficient generator. Now, the way I switch my device very quickly, what happens is the second the release of the spark gap switch, when that releases, the current draw from the battery goes to 0. And I'm
Okay.
doing
But
this
I mean, I did hear
extremely
what you were
fast.
saying earlier about saying that you were using some kind of transducer, like a piezoelectric thing.
Right. That's
Right. Which
helping.
that sounds very, I mean, I've got to say, based on my knowledge of those substances, that sounds
Right.
super implausible because, yeah, a piezoelectric thing, it can generate a high voltage, but a very small amount of current. Like, for example, you know those little devices that you use to start a
Yep.
barbecue, right?
Yep.
You squeeze the button, it compresses a tiny piece of quartz crystal or something, and you get a
Right.
little piezoelectric effect to start. Now, you could never, from those kinds of machines, get back even like a tiny. You get back a tiny fraction of the energy you put into it, but it just
Right.
so happens that it's.
So you have to, when I'm trying to describe this in a way for you to understand what the transducer does. It increases the voltage spike that comes from the coil. And what happens is when it boosts that power higher than what came in, it goes back into the coil again and creates a hyper inductive reactance
Right.
in the
Okay. I
coil.
mean those are
That's
words,
where
but
hold on, let me finish. That's where the current is created in the coil.
right.
Okay.
It sounds like you're
Without,
like a back EMF effect. Is that what you're describing?
yeah, I'm basically hyper activating that back EMF. Now, because of
Okay.
the inductor I use is very large, it's over 2 pounds, it creates a huge inductive reactance. Okay. Then I capture that into either a capacitor or I could dump it straight to a load of whatever I choose. So in my Renegade, I dump it into 40 watts of light bulbs, which it lights at full luminance. Full
Okay. So when you
luminance.
say 40 watts of light bulbs, a bunch of light bulbs whose total normal capacity is 40 watts. Is that what you
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
My
I mean,
input
I'll
voltage.
definitely look at your videos.
Okay.
I got to say
So,
that it sounds a lot of what you've said sounds
right. If
completely
you,
implausible.
if you look, Nikola Tesla talked about inductive reactance.
Hmm.
I suggest you read some of the notation that he
I mean, so
has.
my background, Mike. Look, I studied electronic engineering at university,
Right.
and these days I'm not a professional electronic engineer. So, of course, as a student, we had to study the works of Nikola Tesla.
Yeah.
I guess those of us who studied electronic engineering see him kind of differently to the rest of the world because whilst he was a man who, in his early career, invented a few useful things, like he did some pioneering work with alternating current. In his later career,
Yes.
Nikola Tesla invented a whole load of nonsense that just didn't work, like his
Yes.
ridiculous power trans. Sorry, I should let CL do some talking there. Sorry, who was speaking?
Oh, I was agreeing with you that yes, there are some things that Tesla did that are questionable. So I
Right.
don't take
So
everything
I
he
mean, I
says as
don't
being
like.
sound.
So it's like Nikola Tesla was an experimentalist who really didn't understand much about the theory of electricity and how electromagnetic radiation worked. Like if you
I
were
would have
someone
to
who's
disagree with that.
well,
I would have
if
to
you were
disagree
somebody
with
who
that.
studied electronics, then we salute Nikola Tesla because of his early inventions. We commiserate his memory because of the ridiculous later inventions. Like, for example, I'll give you an example of why, for electronic engineers, Nikola Tesla is somebody who stands as a warning rather than an inspiration. Take, for example, his greatest failure. Do you know about the Wardenclyffe Tower system? This was supposed to be Nikola Tesla's greatest invention. And if you follow the conspiracy theory version of Nikola Tesla, you will hear stories about Nikola Tesla having invented a free energy distribution system that was just too effective, so the big banks and JP Morgan had to shut him down. But the truth was that Nikola Tesla's invention could never have worked. And that was because he didn't know the basic theory of how electromagnetic radiation worked. And the sad irony of it is that if he had been paying attention to the theory of how electromagnetism and electromagnetic radiation works, he would have followed up the work of the Scottish physicist and philosopher and mathematician James Clerk Maxwell, who figured it all out about 20 years earlier. But Nikola Tesla wasn't the sort of person who ever read the technical documentation. He didn't follow the mathematics. He wasn't a theorist. He just went with what he thought was cool and clever. And unfortunately, he didn't even know some basic stuff that most high school students know. Like, you all know about the inverse square law. This is the very basic law of physics that you can derive that basically says the intensity of a radio signal diminishes with the square of the distance. Like, this is something, yeah? So you can derive this if you want. It's a kind of intuitively easy thing to prove, because if you imagine like a radiating signal coming from a transmitter,
don't forget, you have to understand, he was building this stuff in the 1890s, okay? There was no transistors. There was none of this fancy switching devices. All he had to work with was brass and wood.
Yeah, but that's not why his inventions failed.
You know what I'm saying?
His inventions failed regardless of these things. His inventions would have failed even if he had the latest gear. His inventions failed because he didn't pay attention to the basic physics that had already been worked out. James Clerk Maxwell had figured out how electromagnetic radiation worked 20 years before Tesla's Wardenclyffe Tower failure. Tesla just didn't read. Tesla didn't read the physics. He wasn't up to date with what his contemporaries had already worked out, which is why I said earlier that Nikola Tesla is not somebody that we should look at as an inspirational figure who was ahead of his time. He was a guy who got lucky earlier in his career, and in his later career, he showed the limits of his knowledge because he didn't read what the other scientists had already verified was true.
Yeah, but you have to understand too, he was an engineer. He did go to university.
Well, he attended university twice, but did not complete an undergraduate course in electronic engineering. So he did try. He's basically somebody who started a degree twice, got lucky in his early career, came up with some pretty cool inventions just by his own intelligence. But it was because as the practice of electronic engineering got more complicated, it became more mathematical and more dependent on a working knowledge of the theory. Unfortunately, Nikola Tesla just didn't keep up with what was common knowledge amongst physicists in the early 20th century. And that's why he was able to just waste so much money on ludicrous inventions. It's just, you know what? I give this lecture anytime somebody brings up Nikola Tesla as an example of somebody whose work we ought to care about. The simple fact is that Tesla's later career was a disaster because he just knew a lot less about how electromagnetic radiation worked than he ought to have done. And why? It was because he didn't understand the basic science. And this was science he should have known if he had been paying attention, but he wasn't. He didn't pay attention to the kinds of things that any undergraduate would know. Any undergraduate of electronic engineering would explain why the Wardenclyffe Tower system could never have worked. And that's, in fact, you don't even need to be an undergraduate. You just need to be a high school student to know why Tesla was wrong.
Put it to you this way: if Tesla didn't come up with the AC current, we wouldn't have the AC coming off the lines today. So you can't disregard his accomplishments. He changed the 20th century.
I think we can say that in his early career, he invented some specific machines that
He
improved
changed the
the way.
world.
Well,
How
he
can you
didn't
deny
invent the
that?
idea. Hold on, no. He didn't invent the idea of an alternating current, but he did invent some early machines. Like he improved the generators that we had, and he improved some of the transmission systems. Right. So I'm not saying that he didn't create anything of value. I'm saying that people who operate in the conspiratorial and the free energy world tend to venerate and massively exaggerate his contribution. A lot of these things probably would have been figured out anyway a few years later because it was a very competitive time
Well,
and there were lots of
honestly,
very clever people.
could you imagine what would have happened if Edison got his way and we had DC as our distribution? That
Well,
would be a freaking disaster.
I think it's one of those things that would never have worked because the direct current system did reach the end of its limits, and there
It
were
would have been a
people.
disaster.
Well, there were, at the
A
time.
disaster?
Well, no,
Yeah,
I think
distribution of DC current,
you're
it can only
considering
go for about a mile and then it drops off.
yeah, you're considering a hypothetical that never actually happened, and I think you're not really able to prove
Well,
the point from there, which is that if Tesla, first of all, Tesla was not the inventor of alternating current,
no, I
and if
get
he
that.
hadn't, he was just one of many engineers who contributed to the general body of knowledge regarding how to do AC stuff. Right? So if Tesla hadn't been around, somebody else probably would have figured out very similar inventions. And really today, there's nothing like none of Nikola Tesla's inventions survive to the present day in remotely the form that he would have known it 100
Well,
years ago. Like the
how
science
about
is
remote control? He came up with the very first remote control.
right. The principles by which a modern remote control work are utterly different. I'm not aware that he came up with the first remote control. There were like Marconi, for example, was probably more formative in the early radio systems. Nikola Tesla was not one of the major pioneers of radio systems or radio telemetry or any kind of radio control. Again, look, I'm not trying to crap on Nikola Tesla. I'm just saying that people who are not engineers tend to overstate his importance in the history of engineering. And the important thing to consider is that we, as electronic engineers, do not consider Nikola Tesla to be an inspiration. He's really someone we study because he serves as a warning of what happens if you make bold, brash engineering claims without understanding how the theory works. We've got a brilliant comment. 14 Supersonic says, wow, that's an absolute lie. I'd say 75% of our technology is based on Tesla's work. Well, 14 Supersonic, I think
What?
that's an example of somebody who, again, that's kind of like non-engineer speaking. Like 75% of our technology, like I could just list
Honestly,
technology items all day that Nikola Tesla had no concept of because they were invented long after his death. It's a
I think
really
the support of the idea of the conspiracy is why people talk about Tesla the way they do on some of these
absolutely
things.
yes. I
I,
totally agree.
it's not that he did such great work we should ignore it. No one's ignoring what he did, but to put him on this pedestal of you don't see him as being it's like looking at him as being misunderstood. It's like no, it's if it doesn't work the way he says it does, it should work. It doesn't work. I mean, it's not being misunderstood. If you don't prove that your idea or your pitch is what you say it is, then that's where the proof is. I don't know where else to go with that. Tesla's Tesla. I've been in engineering. I mean, I've been taught all this stuff. I never heard Tesla's name this much in all my life since I started listening to this free energy stuff. All I keep hearing about is Tesla. Like,
Well, I mean
why?
that's why I guess I had a bit of an overreaction just then to it because as somebody who works in I studied electronic engineering. I have to be honest that my later life I switched to other fields, but we learned about Tesla as the basic history of our profession. He was an important early inventor in electronics, but he's not somebody that we venerate. And if you look at the way that conspiracy theory people talk about Nikola Tesla, that often you'll hear people saying, "Oh yeah, we've rediscovered Tesla waves," or "This is some
Yeah.
right." Like basically, Nikola Tesla was a guy who just misunderstood how electronic radiation worked. The history of science is full of people who misunderstand things in very interesting ways. For example, if you look at the history of chemistry, there was a British chap called Priestley, and he was one of the very early scientists trying to figure out what the property of air was. And he noticed that if you were to burn a candle in a closed vessel, and so until all the oxygen has gone away. Well, he didn't realize that there was a thing called oxygen. He thought it was dephlogistonated air, and he imagined that there was a property of air called phlogiston that gave life to things. And that was his explanation for why a mouse that was placed in this dephlogistonated air died. Now, the explanation is completely wrong, but him being wrong was a step towards other scientists finally figuring out what was right, which is that air is a mixture of different molecules, some of which are elements. So,
Gentlemen,
like,
I have to head out for the night, guys. I appreciate you guys having me on. I'd like to stay on longer, but it's my birthday and I want to have some birthday cake.
well, happy birthday. I'm
Happy
going to go
birthday,
soon
Mike.
because I have to record an episode of Mind of Steel right now. Anyway, I'm going to go as well, actually. Chris, thank you for having me on again. It's always a pleasure. And I don't know if you noticed, I released a new episode explaining exactly how Maxwell Chikumbotso's free energy scam works. So if you want to check out that video, it's on my channel now.
Okay, guys, take
Good
care.
job.
It's okay, Mike. We will see you maybe on Friday when
Yep,
Gerard will,
sounds good.
will be. Yeah.
Okay,
Right,
take
catch
care.
you guys later.
Bye.
I'm going to start looking, Mike. I'm going to totally look at your inventions. If we get to talk again, I can't wait to
Okay.
discuss that. All right, catch you
Sounds
later.
good. Just take a look.
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
Bye, guys.
I saw
Yep.
your video.
Oh, go on.
I saw the video you're talking about. I saw it. I think I even commented it on it. I don't know
Oh,
if my
okay. I'm a
comments
bit behind with the comments. I'll have to check it.
nowadays
Sorry.
my comments like disappearing a lot, but I saw the video.
Sometimes YouTube hides comments, and it's not. I don't delete comments that I disagree with. In fact, if I disagree with a comment quite a lot, I pin it, which is called the pin of shame. So I never delete anything. But
Yeah, actually it's YouTube AI nowadays. I don't know if it's just on my channel or others too, but mostly comments disappear a lot.
I
This
think so.
person
Yeah,
is just
YouTube is really not a good commenting system. It's about 30 years behind. Nah, not 30 years. It's about 5 years behind Reddit, or not as bad as Facebook, but it's really not very good, is it?
yeah. Darkness is asking about your channel. It's called Mind of Steel.
Mind of Steel. But if you search for my name, Reynard Wilson, you'll also find it. But let's see. But my suggestion, Chris, if you'd rather, since you have a channel of your own, you don't need to leave comments on my channel. You can just take a clip of my video and say what you agree with or disagree with, and that's the best way to respond if you have a channel of your own, and then you don't get sucked into other people's comments.
It's okay. Provided you don't sit on your side and you say, "This man, let me give him a strike."
Oh, okay.
today.
No, but on my videos, it says, if you look in the small print, it says everything is Creative Commons by attribution. So all of my videos are available for reuse by anyone who wants to use that. Even if you disagree with me, you can use my videos and use it for whatever purpose. I just don't care. And somebody said they subscribe, which is very kind. Thank you for coming. You might not like it, but thanks for the subscription.
Yeah, I'm gonna check you out. I I'm new to this whole free energy space, and it's shocking to me. I'm the I guess the engineer they like to pick on when I start saying no, this isn't real. So I'm
Well,
probably a few years where you were.
so I
How
mean,
how
I
many years
don't.
you been doing this?
Well, I don't usually cover free energy stories. So I mostly cover other ridiculous technology related scams. So some people, for example, believe that 5G is a deadly energy weapon. And
Ah,
some people, for example, there's flat earthers. I don't really cover them so much. I do.
oh,
I just
I'm in the flat Earth world, and it just triggers me too. So
it's
I'm new to this
crazy stuff.
stuff.
But so I used to cover a guy called Sasha Stone a lot. Now, Chris,
Okay.
are you in which country are you in? Which
I'm from Kenya. Kenya
Kenya?
it is in
Okay,
East Africa.
so not from Zimbabwe. Okay, because I used to cover this guy called Sasha Stone, who is a white British sounding guy from former Rhodesia, which of course is now Zimbabwe,
Yeah.
and he's a dirty, dirty scammer because he basically takes people's money. In his latest scam, he's basically trying to get £10,000, $10,000 from rich white Americans to set up what I think is like the white version of Wakanda. And he says it's going to be powered by a free energy machine that he's invented. And what's he going to do with it? Well, apparently he's going to grow fruit, which I always thought was so funny because imagine if you had a free energy machine, what would you do with it? Right? You wouldn't like sell it to people to grow fruit. You'd sell the energy. In fact, if you had a secret diamond mine, would you tell everyone where your secret diamond mine was? Or would you keep it secret and sell the
All the
diamonds?
diamonds.
Yeah. And then maybe when the price of diamond has gone down so much, or maybe when you're sick of money, you tell everyone, haha, this is how I made my money. Screw you now. Diamonds are ruined. Right? You wouldn't care. You'd just make the money. And that's why I know that Sasha Stone is a liar. That I know that Maxwell Chickenbotso is a liar. The reason why I cover these guys is they're funny. So my show is supposed to be a comedy. It's almost comedy. It's not always funny because I'm not always a funny person. But I pick the most ludicrous conspiracy theorists, the most horrible grifters, because they're the easiest people for me to laugh at. Like if somebody is selling a magic pendant that she claims can protect you from 5G, or somebody says like there's some kind of magic spell that can make your gas bill go away. To me, that's funny. It's so stupid, it's funny. And that's why I have to cover it on my site. And so I thought Maxwell Chickenbotso is funny because he's obviously a scammer and he's really bad at it. And the people who are into it are hilarious as well. So I thought, well, I can cover that guy, and I can get a lot of mileage out of that. People keep talking about it. The story keeps advancing in silly ways. So I might have a bit of fun with this story. And then I noticed that there were all these YouTubers who were covering Maxwell. So Chris was one at first. But you remember, Chris, have you seen that Zimtech guy? Do you know him?
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Have you spoken
Yeah,
I've
I
to
know
him, by
seen
the
him.
that
way?
guy.
Not
Yeah?
not yet. I told you to get in touch with him last time. You said you wanted to
Yeah, he
interview
doesn't
somebody
he doesn't
from.
answer any of my messages. I don't think he wants to talk to me. So
Oh,
I thought Zimtech guy, I think he's really suspect
you know,
because he's just
he's from Zimbabwe, and I think he has direct connection with the communication
yeah,
with
that
Marco.
so he's I think he's in on the scam. I think he's getting money from Maxwell to promote. And there was what was that other channel? Is it Mr. Cool Auto? He
Or
used to do car.
yeah, Mr. Cool. The thing is, I think most of them they played that story of supporting Maxwell because they have a lot of African, like they have a lot of subscribers from the continent. So if you talk something negative about Maxwell, you lose a lot of them.
Okay.
For
Are you
me,
losing people?
yeah.
Are you losing people for having negative people on your channel?
No, for me, I used to cover a lot of things to do with robotics and all that, which got me many subscribers, and most of them are from the US. So for
Okay.
me, it
Well, so
wasn't really an issue.
I mean, I hope that if you cover the story honestly, then people will
Yeah,
come to your channel because they'll realize that you are protecting people from a scam. And I'm hoping sooner or later that anyone who's watching Zimtech Guy or is it Mr. Cool Auto, or like those guys are everyone who watches their channel should just immediately unsubscribe because they are promoting the scam. They're making the thing worse. They're dishonest people.
Not unless they're conspiracy theorists, then
But
they're going to call you a shill, and then they're going to join over there because the government sent you to lie.
Well, exactly. That's what they always say. In my own
yeah,
country, go on, Chris. Sorry.
I was saying that what I know, if you make something that maybe praises Maxwell, for them it works well. But if you do something that points him in some sort of negativity, like when I posted a video about, I just clipped the video from Zima about where he was cornering the pastor. And in that video, I think I lost about 100 people. And
Huh.
most people were saying maybe sell out, you have been paid and all that. But I've
So,
never received any
Chris,
money.
you were the first guy. Chris, I think you did a video where you found the like it was like the solar suitcase thing that he was selling, the little
Yeah.
green charger. I saw that video, and I think you also found the motorbike, and you identified the car. And the point you were the first to point out that nobody from the Chinese car manufacturer had heard of Maxwell. Uh, you know
Yeah.
what I'm really curious about, right?
I was
The
there's a guy from Zimbabwe who we used to communicate with. He used to tell me just try to inquire from these companies or this, you'll find this information. So when I inquired something and I post, there's when it's too negative, you see some people getting mad. Also, there's a video that I did recently that Maxwell, where he says that the road trip is not going to happen and all that because of security issues.
yeah, that's such
He
a dumb
actually,
idea.
yeah, he reached out to me. He reached out to me because now I'd gotten his WhatsApp number, and he
Oh
did ask me
wow.
like, "Why will you post such a thing? I know, like you're just messing up my plans. The
Yeah,
people
yeah.
after me will now come after me." Then there's
So
that
he's
call with
threatening.
the
Wait, is he threatening you? He's threatening
no,
you.
not really. He just wanted me to pull down the video, but I said like once I have something up, I cannot be able to do that. And I also say that I don't see like how it damages him in any way because it's just informing people. Because I'd seen many videos on internet, people are asking like, where will the like where will we get, like when will the road trip happen? And
Yeah.
now we have this information that is not going to happen because of reason ABC. So if I post that, I don't see it in any way that it damages his reputation.
No,
That's just what
I
I
think
think.
it's what you said is true. Also, the road trip was a stupid idea because why would you add complexity to what you could do really simply? All you'd have to do is take a circular track or even just a block around, just a circular piece of road, and then you drive the car for the same number of miles. And it would be even better because you could have an audience of people standing at the same place and you could see that the car wasn't stopping for fuel or charging. And you know what? You could allow the drivers to get out and have a pee or eat some food without, and everyone could make sure that the car was not being, there was no cheat. Right? So
Yeah,
his Maxwell's plan was clearly just to distract everyone, come up with this ridiculous idea of the Zimbabwe to Egypt road trip, and
he was just
then
he was just buying more time.
yeah,
And also there's a video I posted about a call record, a phone record, where there's this Nigerian guy he called and he was talking with the PR director who was fueling the car at a car station.
was
So
that the guy
when
that
I
I spoke to last time?
Yeah, he was on the call last time. So
Yeah.
when I did the first video, I said that also in about 2 or 3 days we will post a certain video talking about this. So Maxwell went through the he saw the video that I posted earlier. So they reached out to the guy, they called him from Said Technologies. They told him not to give me the go ahead to post that video.
Well, they
And
wanted to tell you to stop posting the video.
yeah. He said actually I should not be able to post the video because he also texted me that you should not post that video.
Wow. Well, they
But
can't stop
anyways,
you.
I just told him that it doesn't damage you in any way. It just maybe it shows how your team should be able to, because now you're saying that you're a big company, you should be able
Yeah, but why?
to.
Why do they think they can stop you? Because you're in a different country. They have no control over you.
Yeah. I actually they don't have control. You were saying that stop this, then I'll give you more information regards to this when it comes out. You'll be
Yeah.
the
Okay.
first
No, I
to
want
know.
to know. I'll be
You'll be the
watching.
first to know this. So I think that's the same case which he's doing with the likes of Zimtech.
Mm.
Maybe, and that Dr. Cool, the guy, yeah, maybe he tells them that when I have new information, I'll give you first. So,
But the funny thing is, though, that they don't actually have any original information. If you look at what Zimtech guy and Dr. Cool are putting out, like Dr.
yeah,
Cool just uses AI pictures and computer voice. He has no content, which is it's just amazing. I don't know how anyone watches that channel.
I
And
think
Zimtech,
like the issue is, we talked about this earlier. I don't know who was on, but I said in today's stream, like for us on the continent, we want so bad to develop something, to come up with something so that we can maybe be respected by Europe, by
mm.
America, or whatever. So there's that desire to really develop something of our own.
But you
So
know how Europe sees Zimbabwe. Maybe the
yeah,
reason why maybe there isn't so much innovation is because people are afraid of corruption. And when we see the president shaking Maxwell Chikumbutso's hand, or we even saw the vice chancellor of the university sitting next
yeah,
to Maxwell Chikumbutso giving him an award, what are we supposed to think by that? You think like if the vice chancellor is in on it, okay, maybe a politician being in on it, we're not going to be that surprised because politicians are corrupt everywhere. But if the vice chancellor is a man
yeah.
who's supposed to be a learned expert in physics, you can't trust that guy. He's basically probably been bribed as well. We don't know how this scam works. But it just looks so dodgy. And so you wonder, who can you trust in this country if the most senior officials are corruptible like that? And I think that's the problem that the rest of the world sees in this story.
Yeah, it's a crazy thing. I hope you guys can see the comment on the screen.
Okay, I'm going to read. Let's have a read at them. So somebody said, I would appreciate it if both of these engineers could come by on Friday after the presentation for the debate. So I don't think I can come on Friday, but I will watch the show. I have a live performance that I do on Friday, so I can't come. But I will definitely watch, and I'll phone in on another day. Should we read some more comments? Let's have a look.
Yeah,
14 Supersonic
we're being
says,
called shills. We're being called shills, but uh,
So I'm interested in what
my
14 Supersonic
approach.
says. Sorry, you carry on.
Yeah, trust me, you don't want to know. It's rubbish. Um, so it's interesting to me because I'm not taking your approach of just like because it sounds like you've had experience going back and forth with these crazy kooky ideas. I usually try to use their own sources, their own materials to show them and the people like how much they don't know what they're talking about.
Mm.
That's my approach. It's rather frustrating sometimes, but it's what interests me actually coming through all of this is watching people who know even less about the topic attack you more viciously than
Isn't
the
that,
person who's
yes,
pitching it.
that always happens, doesn't it? It's you know what, my good friend MC Toon, he says, he has a
Watch him.
YouTuber. Yeah, you watch MC Toon's great. He says the first law of FLIRF, flat earthers, is that FLIRF citations never mean what they say they mean. So, like what you're saying, they will say, go and look at some evidence or a video, and then you look at the video, and it means the opposite of what they said.
Yes, yes. And you know what? I would parallel myself with McToon. Maybe not as polished, but I do parallel that approach. That I'm going to take what you said, break it down properly, show you how I broke it down, so there's no question of how I'm doing it, and show you where you're flawed. That usually pisses them off, but at the same time, in my utopia, that the people would see this person has no idea what they're saying. And I'm not saying it just to prove myself. I'm saying it, showing it, proving it, putting it back in their lap, and then they get all name calling and all of that other stuff. But
Yeah,
I
that
usually try
always
to make
happens.
sure that the people can see it's not me attacking them, it's their own work that they don't understand. And I'll give you an example. I don't know how long you've been listening. I came here because of the guy Lloyd. I don't know if you know the guy.
Oh,
That's
I've been
how I
following
got.
Lloyd Stovall. Lloyd Stovall is
Yeah.
an absolute scammer. Yes.
So yes, I'm saying that. I stand on that. And the reason why I say that is because I literally had him on another channel discussing his idea. I gave him in a very calm manner my delivery on my response to his numbers. I said, "You're calculating this wrong, and I can show you where your calculations are off." I take my time to go to his channel, break down everything methodically the way he tries to do it. And he just totally ignored me. I'm like, well, wait, I thought you were looking for the truth. We were supposed to do a live, talk about it, go over the numbers. That's my specialty. I do the numbers. I crunch the numbers like crazy. So if the numbers aren't making sense, you have to show me why they don't make sense to me or prove or admit that you're lying. But usually what happens is they show their ignorance. And in Lloyd's case, I literally had him stumble upon the fact that he couldn't identify a MOSFET, but he's talking about MOSFETs like they're this great thing that he uses. He couldn't identify them
Yeah, I
in a
mean,
circuit.
I heard some of, I didn't hear that particular thing, but I heard him talking about MOSFETs. They're just transistors. They're a
Yes.
they're a high power form of transistor. They don't give you free energy. And it's the thing about Lloyd Stovall is he's a bamboozler. He just says crazy flim flam words. Like if you watch an episode of Star Trek when they say, you know, I could remodulate an inverse tachyon beam through the phase shield generator array. Okay, right. So we just said some words. None of those words mean anything, but it sounds sufficiently intelligent for a person who doesn't have enough scientific background, or if you've just agreed to suspend your disbelief. But I'm going to go back to that earlier point you said, right? So I'm looking at this chap on the comments, 14 Supersonic. He says, to the guys that disagree with them, everyone is a scammer, lol. How are they not shills? I tried to prove the system by incorrectly doing the test. He only did half the work and said it didn't
Actually,
work
that's
right.
ID. That's me. ID try
Oh,
to prove. He's
oh, I
talking to
see.
me.
Right. So I think the reason why I am agreeing with you is basically none of these guys ever proved what they claim they've proved. The chap that was on Michael Faraday research, he said he had a free energy machine, but when we asked him about it, it was using a stack of motorcycle batteries that eventually ran down, and it was it's clearly not what he says it is.
Yeah, because it ran down.
Yeah, if it didn't need such big battery, I bet you if he used just little AA batteries to generate a voltage, it would run down faster. And so what that's
Yeah,
saying is that,
because they're not calculating how long it should last. That
right,
would be the real question. How long should these batteries last versus when they failed or when they stop working?
right,
You can calculate that, but they don't do it. They just
right.
say,
These
"Hey, look, it's been
motorcycle,
running
yeah,
for 2 weeks."
motorcycle batteries are powerful batteries. So probably if it was a 40-watt bulb, you could probably run it for a long time. I don't know if he said 6 months. That may have been an exaggeration, but you could
Yeah,
run
yeah.
light bulbs for a long time, especially if they were little light bulbs like a torchlight, a flashlight bulb. But we don't know.
Yes,
Like we don't know. We didn't have an experiment with the same batteries just powering a light bulb without the machinery there. So
yes, yes. And I always approach with simplicity. Strip away all this other extra stuff. Just give me a very simple test that shows what you need to show. But they hide it behind these contraptions and these capacitors and these inductors and switching FETs. And what are you doing? You don't
yeah,
need to
none of
do
that
all of that to
matters.
prove it.
Yeah, just
You
prove
don't
it. Yeah,
need it.
prove it. But I think so. So 14 supersonic. Do you know? I'd love to have 14 supersonic come on, as long as he's got a camera and a microphone that works. But you see, I deal with these kinds of guys a lot of the time, and it's usually the same answer. Like you say, that they call me a shill, or in the UK they say I'm part of Brigade 77, which is British military intelligence. Quite why British military intelligence would give a damn about this, I have no idea. That's the kinds of things they say. But it's basically a kind of shooting the messenger, which is that because they don't have anything specifically wrong, that they can't point to anything that you or I are saying incorrect, so they have to approach it in some other way. They might, in England, a lot of the time they say, "Oh, I bet you took the vaccine," which is like a really weird insult to,
I've
like,
heard that before.
yeah, like, yes, I did, because I didn't want to get diseases. So yeah, like, I think 14 supersonic. I think that the issue I have with the way you're trying to argue this one out is that there's no proof that any of these guys ever invented something that works. The Canadian guy who was on today, his thing didn't work. The Maxwell Chickenbotso's definitely doesn't work. Lloyd Stovall has been grifting about free energy, from what I can tell, for 10 years. That
You
didn't
see,
work.
you see this comment. I don't know if this is true or Colin Waters. Maybe can you be able to join to share more about what you're saying?
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. So Lloyd said his invention doesn't create energy. Well, so he might have been, he's saying it's harnessing energy from another plane or something like that. So
Well,
14
to be
Supersonic is
honest,
saying,
Lloyd has no idea the technology or the terminology or the breakdown. He has no idea. So when I told him, I use MOSFETs, I build them, I optimize them, I use them as amplifiers, I use them as
right.
switches, I use BJTs, IG or integrated insulated gate bipolar junctions. I use that technology every single day. I'm telling you what you're saying is rubbish.
Yeah, it's
And
rubbish.
I try to make sure it's not just me saying it. I come with the math. If you go to his comments, I come with the mathematical efficiency breakdown, blah, 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 just to make sure. Don't listen to me. Here's the numbers. I don't have to,
But I
you don't
mean,
have to believe me.
the thing that unites Maxwell, Lloyd, Sasha Stone, Steorn, that Irish company that thought they had free energy, they're all deluded in precisely the same way. So before I go, I should go. I really got to go. 14
Yeah.
supersonic, right? Here's what you're not understanding. It's when you look at these kinds of free energy inventions, do they look like inventions in fiction and storybooks, or do they look like inventions in the real world? And I'll explain. This is for you, 14 Supersonic. The difference is, if you look at a computer, for example, or like a modern MacBook Pro, how many inventors did that have? Thousands and thousands of people, starting way back in the early 20th century with Alan Turing figuring out the physics, von Neumann figuring out the basic architecture of computers, the people at Los Alamos and Fermilab working out the basic characteristics of semiconductors. Uh, Almost 100 years of development, people figuring out the microprocessor architecture, people improving the processes by which silicon chips can be made. That's why you can't look at even something as simple as a USB port that was originally invented by people at Intel, and that had about 100 inventors, and it was based on prior technologies and known principles of operation. So that's how a real invention works. And if you look at a fictional invention, so the example I made in my video was, look, in Back to the Future, Doc Brown invents a time machine all by himself, right? In fiction, inventions have singular inventors. Dr. Frankenstein invents a reanimation machine, right? That's another example of a fictional inventor. So 14 Supersonic, the question is, right, what does Maxwell's invention look like? Does it look like an invention from reality that was made by a lot of people doing a lot of hard work? Or does it look like an invention from fiction and fantasy in which one person just creates a machine? Right? I think if you're honest, you'd have to realize that it works. Maxwell's invention, Sasha Stone's invention, all of these people's inventions, it always works like a storybook invention. And that's how you know that it isn't following the laws of physics, it's following the laws of fiction. And fiction obeys different laws. Fiction just has to be interesting and inspiring and make you feel good. And that's 14 Supersonic. That's why you feel bad when I criticize Maxwell Chikumbutso. It's because I'm offending your emotions and your desires. It has nothing to do with whether Maxwell's invention works or not. I've just made you upset because I've told you that a thing you believe in is wrong. I hope he replies. He says, oh God, he has to replace. He says there's tons of inventions that haven't had corporate interest behind it outside the realm of free power. Well, see, that's kind of true. Like, there are little inventions. For example, in the United Kingdom, there's a very popular brand of folding bicycle called the Brompton bicycle. It's one of the most successful designs of bicycle ever made, right? And it was actually designed by just one guy. And he had the initial version anyway. Now they've got loads of designers, but the first version was just one man, right? But the difference is, right, we can see the history of that invention. So it was just one guy, but he didn't invent the very first bicycle. He just made a specific design of bicycle. And he had 150 years of bicycling history to draw on to make his bicycle better. Right? So, and with his bicycle, we can see the design history. We can see his very first attempt and we can see 10 years later when he finally perfected it. So even in the realms of non-corporate inventions, 14 Supersonic is still wrong because Maxwell's invention does not look like it doesn't have any history. It just sprung from nowhere, just like Doc Brown's time machine. Doc Brown's time machine only exists because a time travel story needs a time machine, and a time machine needs a wacky inventor. That's why it exists, right? Anyway, guys, I've overstayed. I'm going to be in so much trouble. I've got work tomorrow. Chris, lovely to chat again. And sir, I forgot your name.
Identity withheld. That's what I
Identity withheld. And well, that's good enough for me. Lovely to meet you, and I hope to hear from you all. And we may let's get our friend 14 Supersonic on the show. I want to hear him speak for himself. All right,
I already asked
later.
him to come up. He won't come up. I don't know.
Oh, okay. The coward's way. Oh well. All right. Catch you later. Go.
He said he's coming up. I doubt if he said so. Last time he said he will come up, but never did.
Yes, I think you're right. Right, I'll catch you later. Bye for now.
All right.
Andrew Thuku, I see your comment, man. I understand. I've been trying to get in a lot of people, but I sent comments. I sent
Can you
emails.
translate that? I have no idea what I'm reading.
No. Yeah, I understand it is from Andrew Thuku. He's saying that I should be able to bring some local people. So He's from my country, so I have. But I'm telling him that I usually send emails, but some people don't reply. I mean, they don't want to come. But there are some guys. So there are some Kenyans who are making like a prosthetic for robotics. It can be able to read your mind and all that, like get brain signals and do some things on its own. I've been trying to get them on, but they don't want. But I try saying that. I think that I ask you one question: what comes first between a scientist or an inventor? That if Maxwell's invention was put on record 100 years ago, is it functional or realistic?
Hmm,
I was just asking, like, what comes first between a scientist, between scientists or inventors? I think it depends with the type of technology being invented.
yeah, and why are we acting like they're synonymous? Like one is, attempting to create something that may not have existed. That's cool. But the scientists should take the knowledge that you learn up to that point and apply it. You don't ignore it. You don't ignore the fact that perpetual motion has never existed. You can't ignore that. You can't just say there's a chance and there's hope. Statistically speaking, the probability of that happening is zero because it never happened. So why are we acting like it did? So they're not the same. Inventor, scientist. You can't just put them on the same level and compare like that.
I think I lost my camera, but I see. Let me read this comment saying that is Rwanda lives in the US. You have this one. It say, "I come on, but when you are talking about robotics and AI, power isn't necessarily my wheelhouse anyway." But last time I was talking about robotics, but you did not come on. Maybe we can talk
So
about, yeah. Go on.
if power, oh, this is a great learning lesson right now. If power is not your wheelhouse, why do you have so much to say about it? I don't understand. If it's not your wheelhouse, I don't know a lot about politics. And when I'm on panels and they're talking about politics, my mic is usually muted because I have no real input. I'm more listening than anything. So if you're admitting that you know nothing of power, that's not your wheelhouse, why comment so much? Shouldn't you be listening?
Uh, Maybe he loves more about the free energy conversation. But next time, maybe next week, we can do about robotics, whether people can marry a robot or not. There's that company, Robotics. I've been trying to get their CEO on, but I don't know if he will accept. Born in Kenya, lived in US for 14 years, but now lives in Rwanda. Or you're in Rwanda. Rwanda is a cool country and very developed. It's very clean. Good night,
Hmm.
listening to all along. I can build it. Yeah, it's the cleanest country in Africa. In Africa, yeah. Maxwell Kumbuso device is a solid state. You can see the comment on the screen. He
Yeah.
has sent this comment like twice. You can try reading comments as I try to put my camera on.
Okay. I
Yeah,
don't think I can select them, but I can see them.
yeah, if like the one on your screen, you can see it.
Yes, Maxwell device is a solid state homopolar generator. It's the same as Dr. James B. Schwartz device. Okay. What is that? I
He
don't
has
know what
been
that means.
commenting that. Do you know what he's talking about?
I have no idea. But I'm wondering if they know what they're talking about. Or are they just regurgitating words?
Then this one is asking if you've ever heard of a gravity wheel.
A gravity wheel. I have an idea what you're talking about, but I'll say no just so you can explain to me what you mean by that. If you're talking about like those gravitron type spinning contraptions that people get in and centrifugal force and all that stuff. If you're talking about that, yes, but other than that, no.
Asiel was telling, I can build it, but I can build it. Thanks for being around. You've been around, I think, the entire time. Thanks a lot, man. 14 Supersonic say because I have knowledge. I didn't say I know nothing on it. But 14 Supersonic
I,
say
I
that
didn't
is
I didn't say whether he knows nothing. I said, and see, this is what I said, Chris. I use words that they use. He said wheelhouse. It's not in his wheelhouse. I use those same exact words, and what he heard was, I know nothing. That's not what I said. I gave you your definition right back to you. You admitted you don't know as much about power as you do robotics. I will tell you, I know a lot more about power than robotics. Robotics is not my wheelhouse. So if a conversation comes up about robotics, I will not be in there telling you that you're a liar. I have no knowledge to even say that. So I wouldn't say it. It's just curious why you would be so like adamant about what Lloyd is saying. I thought it was clear he knows nothing about what he's saying. He's using a lot of technical terms. So what? That doesn't mean he knows what it means. So, you're not attacking, you're attacking the science, not me. I'm just presenting the science that we know up to this point as far as power and energy and transfer, mediums and propagation and all those things. And literally can give you the math behind it. So you don't have to take my word for it. But you can reject it if you want.
but yeah, but I think but we love him on the day of robotics, I think. But he's usually somebody cool who always sticks around from start to end. He's saying that gravity wheel containing two counter rotating disks on UFOs. I think he's explaining it here.
Heavy wheel going around and around another wheel at a slant. Okay.
You should stop saying people should shut up because they don't have a 20. I think 14 Supersonic maybe did not like it when how you addressed Lloyd's last time. I think so.
Yeah, because I honestly, like I said, I listened to the first time we talked. He posted that video with all the audio. I was as calm as anybody can be. It was frustrating to come back. He asked me to come back. Listen to that live. He asked me to come back and we can go over the numbers together. And when I brought him the numbers, he ignored me. And that's when I'm like, okay, now you want to be disrespectful. Don't ask me to come over and we can discuss on a civil manner and you just act like I'm just a nobody. Like, dude, I thought that's what we were supposed to be doing. And he wasn't genuine with his words. So I got a little hostile in the second time I ran into him on this channel. Yes, I'll admit that. That's not my nature, to be honest. That's just how you guys met me for the first time. I'm sure Chris thinks I'm a lunatic, but technically, I get it. I get why you would think that, but no, it's only when I feel like people are being disingenuous with their words, and the fact that when he got caught lying about knowing what a MOSFET was, that was a big moment because that to me told me he knows he's lying. This isn't just ignorance. He knows he's lying and he tried to cover it up. Sorry, dude, it's on the record. You couldn't identify a MOSFET, but you claim you use them every day. You work with them. You use them in your system. I beg to differ, man. I went through his videos, by the way, and I did find the comment where he admitted to ignoring me. I'll bring that when he comes back on the channel. So, because I want to know his response to that. He literally said, I didn't ignore you. I know you remember the conversation, Chris, but his own video will show, yeah, you did. And you put it in text. So he doesn't want the truth. But somebody like Supersonic want to follow the guy, you have more power. Go ahead, do your thing. Live your life, follow him. But where I say stop talking is stop attacking people who are actually bringing some level of knowledge of the topic. You don't overtalk them and say, I know what I'm talking about, even though I've never studied it. What? What does that mean? That
So
doesn't mean anything. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chris.
There's this comment of this guy say that I'm not. Oh, I can barely say that he wasn't going away, and he's saying that identity you should be more open to knowing. Knowing, I mean, I think he says that you should be more open to knowing people more before you question them.
Yeah.
Like, I think you can see the comment. Then, for this supersonic saying that that one guy that came in last time, they tried to prove Lloyd Maxwell. Oh, that one guy is coming on tomorrow. He's coming on tomorrow. He shared with me a different paper. I don't know if I can be able to share the screen of the abstract. Or that will be. I
Well,
don't know. If,
you talking about the guy with the paper?
yeah. He has a different paper. Yeah. That guy.
Can I be honest, Chris?
Yeah. Be honest. Yeah.
Can I be really honest, Chris?
Yeah. Just don't
I'm, I am
be like how
skeptical.
be like
I am
be like how.
skeptical of the paper.
Have you
I
seen?
read, I read the abstract. I want to see the whole paper. The questions, if you go back and listen to that live, I asked very specific questions that he should have known right off the top of his head when if he wrote that paper. I'm thinking ChatGPT had something to do with that paper. I could be wrong, but I am definitely questioning the validity of him knowing what he wrote because the questions I asked were very specific about these are not hard questions if you wrote this paper. These are not hard questions at all. And he dodged them, which surprised me. And I didn't want to bring it up because I was actually focused on more on Lloyd. I didn't want to deal with two people at the same time. So I let that go. But I did have some feeling of he may not know what he wrote if he wrote this paper. So if he did, we can talk about it. We can talk about it. But there were some things in there that were clearly obvious to me that there's no way he shouldn't know this if he wrote this. And he dodged them. Kind of like what Lloyd does. And that shocked me. So I'm just being honest with you, Chris.
Okay, I'm sure he must. I'm sure even today, I'm sure he must have seen this live. But we agreed with him. I changed my camera. That's why it looks different. My phone went off. So we agreed with him tomorrow. And the paper, was it about propagation of energy waves?
Yes.
Energy.
Yes. Trying to show like energy going into a MOSFET and all of that. That sounds great. But there's a lot of things he left out that, like I said, I didn't want to get too technical in it because the conversation would have definitely went left. So my focus was mainly just I came up to actually ask Lloyd the question, so I stuck to that.
So maybe tomorrow after he explains, I'll let him first to do his part. After
Yes,
talking about the paper and all that, once he does, then before is when I can try to share the invite link to guests, so that
yes,
maybe people
I
can
would definitely watch. I will definitely watch. I would love to see the explanation. I'm not shutting down knowledge. I am probably one of the main people that want to know more than what I know. I don't stand on only what I know. I know what I know because I was open to learning. I'm
and
still open to learning. And for somebody like Supersonic saying computational math isn't like it's only a small component. Do you understand why mathematics even exists? It's so we can predict what's going to happen before it happens. That's why we lean on the math. The math shows us, based on empirical evidence, that something's going to happen before it even happens. I can calculate how much power is coming out of Lloyd's panels before he even plugs it up and measures it. I can calculate it. And I was within 5% of what he actually measured. I was within 5%, and all I heard was maybe a couple 10-minute videos of his and watching how
did,
he did it and
did
measuring. And I did the math myself.
ID, did he like
Yes.
come to you? Did he come to your platform then measured like, because it seemed like you two had a conversation before. I mean
No, he
before
came to a
that.
platform that I was on. We had a discussion. I went to his channel, which people think I didn't watch his videos. I did. That's how I came up with the computations. I watched his videos. I watched how he measured. I saw how he was misreading the multimeter. I saw how he was actually introducing battery power and all of this. I was looking for one video that showed only the panels and only the panel and a multimeter. That's all you need. You don't need all that other stuff. He's hiding the facts behind that other stuff. But once I found that video that showed him only measuring the panel, the numbers lined up perfectly. And I said, dude, this is what I was telling you in the chat. And he ignored me. I said, well, then I don't know where else to go with that. The math told me what it was going to be, but the math is based on empirical evidence and data. It's not a guess. It's a mathematical model that's been generated through years of studying that science. I use it. I don't need ChatGPT to tell me an answer. I can tell you when ChatGPT is lying about certain things. Maybe not lying is a strong word.
And
Maybe guessing. Actually, ChatGPT guesses for those who don't know. Sometimes it
and
guesses based on the search. So
and you can see this comment on the screen from Tech9 is saying that Planck's constant only describes quantum energy levels. When I posted the
doesn't
video
allow
that
free energy. Yeah.
when I clipped that section and I did repost it, some people in the comments say that it is possible, but in the quantum realm, but maybe when you try to do it physically, it can be impossible. But in theory, it is possible. What he was describing in the paper.
Yes. So one thing that's not constant is how things operate. Like if you're in the planetary science, that science is one thing. But then when you start talking about interplanetary or just here on Earth, there's a science for that. There's physics for that. Then when you go to like atomic level doesn't give a damn about gravity. So the rules are a little different. So the computations are not always the same. So when you're talking quantum and then you're trying to apply certain things. And I'm not saying that's what who said that? Who actually put that comment up there? Tech9? Yeah, I'm not commenting on like whether it's valid what he's saying or not. It's more of the understanding at the quantum level takes years of understanding. You will not get the full scope on a YouTube search. So again, don't assume that all of the math and science in that realm of technology is easily Googleable. No, no, no,
And
no, no, no.
and from what I see from 40 Supersonic, I think he had an issue with you yelling. He feels like Lloyd never got to a point of telling what he was. But I think that was my mistake. Next time I should give somebody more time to. Once they finish is when I can share the link to
Yeah.
invite people in.
Again, go back and listen to the video. Listen to how many times he kept telling the people, I'm trying to suppress his message. I was getting irritated with that, to be honest. He kept telling people, oh, you're just here to shut down this information. Well, wait a minute. That's not why I'm here. I'm here to show you this is what we understand the sciences to be mathematically. And this is how I was able to predict what you measured before you measured it. I calculated it and predicted it. That wasn't magic. That's science. And I can show you how I did it. When he rejected that and started telling me that I'm only here to suppress knowledge, yeah, you're going to get a side of identity that you don't want to see and hear. That's what he got. Did I yell at Mike? No, because Mike didn't. He wasn't disrespectful. He wasn't calling me names, telling me I'm trying to block his knowledge. I didn't yell at any of the guests. That's not what I do. But if you be disrespectful, don't get mad when it comes back. That's all.
Okay, we have 14 Supersonic is saying, or this is somebody else saying that mathematics is not 100% deterministic, which is why you can't rely on it entirely. And Jeff is saying that it's like, I think they were arguing about something in the comment section.
Yeah,
Where he's
don't
saying that,
depend on the math. Who would say this in science? Like you can't get a rocket into space without the math. You do the math first. That's why we model things with the mathematics. It's a way of predicting without actually doing it yet. That's the idea. And every time you predict and something goes wrong, You calculate what went wrong, so the next time that comes up, I got models that can tell me what to look out for every time it doesn't predict what it should. That's
But
evolving the math.
when I was reading about this topic, I came across something called fringe science, where they say that fringe science is more like uh, when it comes to these issues to do with 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 free energy. Most people who propose the free energy concepts and all that are people who are not from the science, like from the science community or from the science
Correct.
background. And so the scientists have termed it as more like fringe science. So do you believe, like, because when they see you like you're objective or you're against it, they feel like maybe it's the same thing as scientists always objecting people who come up with free energy technologies and all that?
Now,
Do you
notice,
believe that's the
Chris,
case, or maybe they are wrong? Yeah.
I come back with the math. It's not my word and my belief. It's not a belief. We have evidence of how nature works, how the natural world operates with energy, with power, with current voltage. We have models for these things, right? The reason why the models are valid because they're based on measuring the device, measuring for I don't know how many years we've been studying this stuff, but the history is there. You lean on the numbers because you can't just create a spaceship to fly to space. You can't just do that and expect it to just work. No, 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 no. What is our history based on the mathematical models and predictions? What is that saying? Is this saying it's plausible, possible? Because we have evidence through our sciences and our measurements that we can predict this with great accuracy. We know when lunar eclipses are going to happen because we studied the stars for so long. We studied the mathematical models for the Earth and the orbiting around the sun and the planets and the gravity pulls, and that's all mathematically modeled to where we can predict when a eclipse is going to happen down to the minute, and we can predict it for the next 20, 30 years. You think that's by accident? It's hard is he's goofy. I don't even yeah, he's trash. Again, that only works for people who don't know math well enough to know how kooky that is. Like the iPhone that he's using to type that message is based on 1 times 1 equals 1. And you're telling me it might not mean 1 times 1 equals 1. What are you talking about? We have the sciences and we have hardware that's built upon those principles that you're using to this day. And you're going to say, maybe it means 2. Maybe it equals 2. No, it doesn't. And it never did. Show me where that math works and build a product based on that math. You might have an argument, but you won't. Who said math came first? No one said math came first. No one said math came first. Math is a model of the natural world. Mathematical models, they are only useful because of the data we collect from our environment. The models do not govern what happens in nature. Nature governs what happens in nature. The math models it. So that way we can predict before it happens. That's the purpose of the math. That is the purpose.
We have Jeff. I think Jeff is wondering, like, what what are you working on to help solve this dilemma of
Me
energy?
personally, I'm fascinated with thermal energy. I'm more in that space, thermoelectric. I said on my channel, I actually create energy from hot and cold water. Just simple hot and cold water. The temperature difference actually can generate electricity and drive small motors and all of that. I sent you the link to that before. Identity Withheld. I have a channel myself. I don't go live, but not anymore. But again, that's my space. I love the idea of getting more efficient systems. And to me, thermal energy is the answer. So I'm searching in that realm, not this. I'm not pitching free energy. That's not what I'm pitching. I'm shooting more for a more efficient manner. Solar
You,
systems are great. Solar panels are great. 20%, that's good. I think we could do better, but we got to find new materials. We got to find new methods. It just takes time.
you said your background is in electrical, right?
Yes.
Abuman is talking about Earth is flat. Last time we had that conversation with Ironwork, and there's somebody who said that when you have a conversation with Earth is flat people, it's more. I
Mm-hmm.
think you said that it was more like nudist or something. Like it's like having a conversation with nudist. Like it tends to be a very very long conversation that
It's actually the
you never
same
complete.
conversation, Chris.
Yeah.
It's the same conversation as having someone with free energy. I'm seeing so many parallels. That's kind of I watch McToon, I watch all that flat earth stuff. I watch that stuff and I'm interested in the math behind it. And usually it's they don't do their math. The flat earthers do not do math well. They don't calculate anything because the answer's in the math. You just have to do it. But don't assume because somebody did an experiment in their garage that overrides all the mathematical models we have. It doesn't. This is YouTube. This is the internet. I can show you a giraffe riding a bike right now with AI. I mean, that doesn't make it real. This is why I said there's things that you can take and build upon, and then there's things that are people. I don't know why people do flat Earth stuff. And now this free energy stuff, I'm seeing very similar parallels. All the conspiracy talk, they want to suppress your information, all this stuff. Same argument over and over.
Yeah, yeah, but also free energy has been around for a while. I think when Maxwell came into the equation with what he was proposing, and he went for the EV, so it kind of made it to be a bigger issue or a bigger topic. That's why maybe you heard of
Oh,
it, but
I
but it has,
have to hop off for a second, Chris. I gotta actually do something real quick, and I'll come back probably in
it's
another
okay,
20 minutes.
it's okay. I think I'll be maybe sleeping, but it's okay.
Okay, I'll catch you on the next one then. I'll catch you on the next one. You said
Uh,
Friday?
tomorrow with the that guy with the paper of uh, the energy propagation.
Okay, I'll be in the chat watching. I'll be checking it out.
Okay,
All right, have a good one. See you.
I see. Flat art is a site. I think I should bring darkness. We should bring Iron Hook in, and my camera is looking very different. The other one, I had an issue with my phone. Usually use my phone, but it went off. So thermal acoustics. But I think today we have had a good one. So tomorrow, like I said, we are going to have. I don't know if it's okay for me to share, but let me share this on the screen because after all, we are empty. I hope you won't be mad or sue me or anything, but it had an agreement that we should not be able to talk about it until it comes on. But let me see if I can be able to share the screen. So the guy who came up with this paper is the one who we will have tomorrow. God bless Chris. Thanks for giving Stovo and Gerald. Yeah, Gerald is said that he's going to showcase his tech on Friday. Then I hope you guys saw the battery. The battery I'll be able to repost it tomorrow so that you see it. And my current phone is having a lot of lag, but I'll share it tomorrow so that you see it. Brownian motion is interesting. Brownian motion, the artist, like the flat art. Oh, I was saying that I can try to share the paper. Let me see if it's possible. But I hope it won't get me in any trouble. Trouble. Which tab? Chrome tab. No, no. Let me download it first. I can build it best free energy design devices, one that can last 100 years. You've been saying this, I can build it. You even say that you can be able to build it, but when I say come on, you refuse. But at least you don't promise me and then refuse the last minute. Have people promised me and they refuse the last minute? It pains. I'm trying to see if I can be able to open the paper so that I can show you the abstract. But we have that guy coming on tomorrow. Although he had me to confirm that I should not be able to distribute this. And also he says that he wants scientists to go through his paper, like to review it. Let me see if I can only share the abstract. He said that he wants people to come on to review the paper, so I'm sharing it in a moment. My WhatsApp number, Nicole Meandika, is zero. I don't have a phone. I can't type. It's my WhatsApp number. I can't type it, but I can say it. Or let me type with the keyboard. But I'm sharing the paper in a minute. And the reason, like I said, I'm trying to get some guys who do robotics. I'd asked Tech9 if he can be able to come and go with him because he said that he's in Nairobi. So, and those guys are in Kikuyu. Here it is. Share. Add it to screen. Explode. Yeah, so this is the paper that the guy is coming to talk about. His name is Josiah Umuzurike. I think that's more like a Rwandan name or Burundian name. And there you can see the abstract, what the paper is talking about. And it's an interesting concept if you think about it. And it shows that what Maxwell and what Lloyd has been talking about when it comes to MOSFETs, what Gerald has been talking about when it comes to MOSFETs, it is possible. So I'm sure you can see it. It says that it is possible. For T Supersonics is asking if I'll be able to switch to Discord. I'll be able to try it. You say that I can be able to invite people. I saw something. Did somebody try to join in? I don't know. For T Supersonic, you're saying that if I can be able to join on Discord, you say that it's just easy to set up, right? And it won't make my laptop to go crazy, crazy. Right now, my laptop is making a lot of noise. It is like, I don't know, I've placed it like very far away so that I don't know if I can be able to show you, but I've placed it very far away. Now I cannot be able to show you, but my laptop is like far away because it makes a lot of noise. So yeah, but I'll try to connect to Discord. You say that it is easy to set it up, right? And also I see. I'll try it out because this one I'd only paid it for 1 month. So after this month, maybe I can stop using it. But if it is easy to make people to join in the link, and you can be able to do it on your own, then it becomes easier. For this one, I'm doing it on like for this one. I know I can be able to add somebody in the background who can assist me maybe with putting comments on the screen and all that. But yeah, if Discord is much better, I'll try it out. I'll try it out to maybe I don't know tomorrow if I'm able to. I'll try it out. But if I'm unable to tomorrow, I might be able to use this one. Then on Friday, I can switch to Discord. But I'll try to set it up and see how it works. But this is the paper that the guy is coming tomorrow will talk about. Is you can see the abstract, and he said that he wants It's more of a hypothesis. He wants people to be able to try it out and see if they can be able to, for scientists to try it out and replicate the results. I don't know if ID will be able to try it out or ID will dismiss it early before he can do anything on it. I can build it. I will want to know how you think about it, and once he shares tomorrow, maybe what you think about it. I don't want to highlight a lot about it because we are supposed to do it with him. But yeah, but he proposes a constant t, which he introduces to an equation that he says, you can see it here. You can be able to harness that what Lloyd calls transient energy or those energy spikes, and especially if it's going through a MOSFET. And we know Gerald had talked about MOSFETs, that if you cascade through MOSFETs, you can be able to amplify it, the voltage. But I think if you can be able to amplify voltage and current, then it makes sense. But if you're amplifying voltage and current is reducing, then I think you don't get anything. And also, Dr. Eli recently said that you can be able to increase, but it's by a very small amount. In the video that we posted about Dr. Eli, say that you do it, but by a very small amount. So say that I don't think I do will like it, lol. Yeah, see, I think he'll be around and he will be quick to dismiss it. And Andrew, thanks a lot for being around. I'm sure in Rwanda it might be very late at night. Why are you not in bed? For me, I'm planning to go to bed. I'd, to be better for me, I'll try it out. Who is still around? Abu man, are you still around? I can build it. Yeah, that's correct. And but I know when it comes between him and Lloyd, the two, like, if you follow each, if like there's a video I did on my channel. I don't know how I put the title. It was something about I said something about scientists baffled by Lloyd Stovall's take on. Yeah, if you watch that video, you will hear ID saying that he will put his life on the line if you can get more energy than what you put in. So they have had an issue. Then Lloyd, I think, was supposed to show some results to him, but he never did. And he was also supposed to explain something to him, but he never did. So the two have been having like a back and forth kind of thing. And that day, then after that, I think Lloyd disappeared. He never talked to him again. And I don't think that he was replying him again. So that day is when he got a chance to get Lloyd. So that's, I think, why it happened that way. You're saying it's 3 a.m. You guys don't use the Easter. Oh, that side is not the EAT time. It is like 1 hour behind. But that's the case between Lloyd and ID. The two know each other very well. Like Lloyd even started communicating with ID before he came to me. For me, we started talking with Lloyd just a while ago when I started doing Maxwell's video. It's where Lloyd came to me and said that he has a way to solve. And Bill is saying that I should not switch to Discord. I will lose a lot of followers, including me. Like, what? Let me see. Let me watch. Let me see it on YouTube just now. I don't know how Discord is, but I know Discord is good for gamers. But somebody else said that Discord is good for streaming. Discord for streaming. There was 40 Supersonic said it, and there was also another guy. I don't know if it was Abuman. how to set up, how to make a powerful Discord, how to set up a Discord. I see there's some tutorials. I'll try to see. Bill is saying no, please don't switch to Discord. You lose a lot of followers, including me. But Bill, today is when you're coming. Bill, I've never seen your name. Bill, I don't, I don't remember the last time I saw your name. So I said that this is the paper that we are going to talk about tomorrow. Tomorrow with somebody else. So Bill, I don't know. I was asking like how Discord works, if it is very hard on your machine and all that. Because my machine is very slow, and it makes a lot of noise. So I went and bought. There's a time I tried to do a live a long time ago, maybe last year, and it was making a lot of noise. Bye bye CL, and thanks a lot for being around. It was making a lot of noise. So I went and bought a long microphone cable, like long microphone cable. It's about I think 3 or 4 meters, so that I can place the PC very far away. A laptop, that is. Andrew Tuki is saying that if this tech is fake, why are these people disappearing or being show banned? Google Gerald Morin on how to make energy and others like Tristan McNabb innovations. Yeah, there's also we're talking about earlier on when I began, we were talking about Stanley Meyer. We talked about Eugene Marlov, then also the likes of Nikola Tesla, like the likes of Stanley Meyer. He said he was poisoned. Eugene Marlov was shot, was unalived. So there's a lot of issues about it. But again, the thing that you are saying is maybe in today's time, we have people who just fake it. They go and took a story that happened in the past and they make it their own story. They see that something like this happened, so people are after me and they want to end my life or something to that related to that. So maybe some people are just faking. But for this Supersonic, are you still around? What do you think about the comment from Bill? Is saying that I should not switch to Discord. But I know this. I saw. I don't know how this software is, but I think it has more things. But I also have not really tried to learn it. But you can see it has more things like. But I know somebody told me that also if I used things like OBS, I don't know if you know OBS, software like OBS and Streamlabs, they are much better than compared to this one. I don't see a lot. I try to see if I can set it up. If I fail, then on Friday, maybe on Friday. But tomorrow, I know I might be able to use this one because I know. As of now, I know a little bit. A little bit more things. Or you use it almost every day. Do you stream? Do you stream or you play games? 14 Supersonic. I think I should check you out. Let me see. Then we had Pierre Duce was saying go to channel activity. But I see you streamed like 5 years ago. Or do you do on Twitch? And I saw you were playing some games, Black Ops, Zombie 2, Black Ops. I see Do you do it on Twitch or? I'm waiting to see what becomes of the latest free energy technology from Zimbabwe. If it's real, the only way if it's real, the way Maxwell is protecting his technology, maybe the only way to get it exposed. JG, do you want me to give you Maxwell's number so that you can ask him himself? Maxwell got mad at me, so I really don't know a lot about it. There's some things which he wants does, like when you communicate with him, there's some things which he wants you to show. He doesn't want you to post about. So I really don't know a lot about him. He said that I should never talk to him again. So now I don't know what is going on with him. But if you want this number, I can be able to give you his WhatsApp number. You ask him, hello, what is going on? He will tell you that they are facing security threats from cabals, and as of now, they cannot be able to deliver. And what they have so far is just prototype, and they're doing R&D, trying to improve the product before they can take it to market. That's what I think he will tell you. But if you want to invest in, he will tell you to write a proposal. Because I know also a number of people who reached out and they wanted to contact them so that they can invest. That's what they were told, to write a proposal and email of what you think you can be able to do. So I don't know anybody who they went to the point of asking them for money. I really don't know how Maxwell scam, if it's a scam, how it works, because I don't know anybody who has been asked for money. I mean, from my side, people who have asked for the number and told to write a proposal, I don't know any. So you think you use it every day? Really old videos from a long time ago. I don't stream right now. Yeah, I've seen like you did like 8 years ago, 7 years ago. Humanity has access to free unlimited energy for over 10 years, but it has been and is suppressed by fossil fuel cabals. That's what Maxwell says. Are you Maxwell? Because he uses this exact word, the last word, cabals. No, it's only Maxwell who uses cabals, man. J G. Are you Maxwell? Or are you related to Maxwell's team? When I email them, mostly when I talk to him, either on WhatsApp, on Instagram, he always uses the word cabals. Cabals, cabals. The cabals are not happy. The cabals this, the cabals that. JG, are you Maxwell? But I told him to come on the show. He refused also. He said that because I hosted Zima, I'm a very low person. He said that I'm as low as Zima. He just told me a lot of things and told me never to contact him again. I think his technology works, but he's not handling the business correctly, so it seems like a scam. Yeah, that's what somebody else said. He told me that I should let them know to change their entire stuff. Even the CEO, the way he responded to, there's somebody else who reached out and he was given the number of the CEO, and the way she responded, it wasn't professional at all. Like that's not the communication you communicate with somebody who is reaching out to you, is telling you that I want to invest in this and this. Like it's just odd. Or I feel like maybe she was just having a bad day. Sometimes maybe you just have a bad day and you don't know how to respond. Because you are worked up, you can't be able to respond well. Bill is saying that obviously this code is not better for everyone. I really don't know, but I'll try to set it up. I know you have to set up servers. I've never tried Discord before, but I know that it's big for gamers. There's a game I was even trying to play some time back, and it needed me to have Discord. But I don't know, is it so easy for anybody to join? Because like this one right now, I just click like this one way, then I can be able to share the link. I can just click one way and I invite a speaker. But now most people who we agree to do lives with come on later, so I can't invite them as speakers. But this one I just do like this, then I can invite a guest to come in. Like I find it to be pretty easy and it has a number of scenes. But the problem that I've seen with it, when we get to about 5 people or six, then the person who joins in next, it delays their audio, like it lags. Usually what I'm speaking now, you get it later, but now it lags for that, for only the like sixth or seventh person. I don't know why the problem. But let me try to get some sleep. It's almost 5 a.m. And I think even Andrew took went to bed. Let me try to get to bed. Then tomorrow we can be able to do with the guy who will talk about the paper. Then on Friday, Gerald. I hope Gerald, I really hope he shows up, because Gerald, whenever I send him an email, he then disappears. Then when I come live, he shows up and he's saying that maybe he had a problem with his computer and like a virus. But nowadays we know viruses are not common. Everyone has Windows Defend or Windows Security. He says that he had an issue, so that's why I cannot count on Gerald. I'll try to get somebody else in case Gerald fails. But he said that he'll be able to share his device on Friday and give one for free. Yeah, so but I think it will be free for people who are in Canada. But we shall see. And also he says that he can be able to show how you build it. Then I'll be able to clip the battery of, what is the name of the guy? Mike Faraday, and also share it so that you can see it if you missed it. But in the meantime, see you tomorrow. Tomorrow. Let me go away. Tuku, I tried to get those Kenyan guys, the robotics guys, but I've also been trying to get a lot of people from the sun, from even robotics and all that. But many people don't respond. Some will tell me to wait a little bit longer. So, but see you guys tomorrow and have a great day if it's daytime on your side, or a great night if it's nighttime.